Okay, I'd like to, if you could all join me for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, this is the Historic Resources Board meeting of November 3rd, 2015. Vanda is absent tonight.
Roll call.
Oh, we'll do roll call? Okay, sorry. Roll call, please. Oh,
Commissioner Ramirez?
oh, your turn.
Commissioner Garrett? Yeah. Commissioner Franco?
Here.
Let's see, Vice Chairman Garrett Redstone?
Here.
Absent is Andrew
I put down as an excused absence.
Vanda does have an excused absence for the evening. Bear with me on this one. I'd like to open it for any public comment that is not on the agenda. If you have comments on items that are on the agenda for the Historic Resources Board, if you could hold until the time that it comes up. But otherwise, anything that is not on the agenda, you can come to the podium and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
I did submit a form, by the way. Richard Ponce, 93 4th Street. At our last Planning Commission meeting, we spoke and took quite a bit of time talking about the plaque or the sign that we were going to put on the Zeller property. And I was expecting it to be on the agenda this time again because it was going to be discussed further. Anyway, I went through a lot of trouble of providing the sign, and I have copies of some photographs of the property with the sign. And I'm just wondering if that's something that is going to move forward, or are we going to drop it because of the chickens that are raising Cain with the property?
I think the reason I didn't put it on is that Vanda was going to get together with you and we would work up the design with Valerie.
Oh, okay.
And then they would come back with their presentation and then they would install it.
Okay.
That was the understanding I had.
Oh, okay. And I have some more photographs.
Yeah, right.
Move on.
I thought Vanda and Valerie were going to get a hold of you and then come up with the design and then work it out with Mr. West, you know.
Yeah.
Mhm,
Yeah, but Mr. West did mention that he wasn't going to do anything to his property until we get rid of the problem.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other comments that are not on the agenda? Okay. Do we have access to the timer for tonight?
Doesn't matter.
No? Okay. We'll wing that too.
You got a timer right there.
Yeah, I do have a timer. Informal project review?
I turned in I think I put it on the wrong desk.
Do you want to have all these? Or?
Yeah, go ahead and announce it.
Okay, informal review by Ms. Gugliarte.
I'm Georgiana Gallardi, and I live on the corner of 2nd and Franklin Streets. I have an old fence that I provided you some pictures of, including the DPR for my neighbor next door. I want to replace the wood, which is one of the preferred design guidelines materials, with old vintage wire for just a 12-foot section of that fence. The fence is non-conforming because it doesn't suit any of the planning, the fence requirements in the code. And I want to be sure to be able to save my grandfather's status for that fence for the rest of it, because I have no intention of opening my whole yard. The reason for putting in wire fencing is to encourage people. One of the guidelines is to encourage the tourists and the people to enjoy our gardens. And when I put that kind of fencing on some gates, it opened my backyard and part of my front yard to being enjoyed by a whole lot of people. I get a lot of compliments. So I simply want to change the wood to old-fashioned wire fencing, which you have a picture of, and still retain my grandfather's status for the rest of the fence. If that's going to cause a problem, I want to know about it before I go ahead.
I got a question. The fence is going to go from the house below you all the way up to the garage, the wire fence?
No, it's going to go from Horley's next door, that little old pink house that's white now.
Okay, that,
The picture that you're seeing there with the fence from the DPR, the top picture,
right.
is just the section that I want to deal with.
Oh, okay.
That would ordinarily lead as a driveway down to the garage. You can see a garage door in one of those pictures.
They go from the garage, your little house, all the way down to,
To the next.
The garage.
To the next door neighbor.
Yeah.
Not to the corner, which has been run into by big trucks, and that's why it's painted orange. I have no intention of moving that. That corner was moved when we went to planning in 2006. We moved the fence back about 10 feet from the corner. It used to run right to the edge of the house. So I want to go along with the idea we presented in 2006, opening my gardens when possible, using fencing material that would be appropriate to the vintage. The wire fencing I'm using is called vintage wire fencing. It came from Palo Alto when my friend Emily Renzel took it down and offered it to me. And I have more of it too, if anybody needs it.
and then one more question.
Yeah.
Have you ever considered about finishing the sidewalk all the way around up there?
I have talked with Roger about finishing the sidewalk along the curb and gutter that exists. Most of it on my property because my property line goes out about 6 feet into the street. But then that's a moot point. So it's in Roger's time frame that if we can get some sidewalk in that area of town, I really am in favor of going ahead, and I know that might be an expense to me, but it would be worth it just to make that whole block conform.
Thank you.
Now, with that, if there is no objections to her thing, it's not on the agenda, so you can't take any recommendation to the Plan Commission for it. You'd direct her to fill out a informal application and then bring a picture and maybe a piece of the fabric at the next HRB meeting, and then they can approve it, and away we go.
So you want a formal application?
Yeah, just a formal, so we have,
And the fee?
and so we can put it on the agenda for the to take action on it.
So you really think it needs to have action and I just can't go ahead with it?
We have another issue with the fence in the historical district.
It's in the
Yes,
historical
it is.
district. Yeah.
And it is a contributing house, not a significant one.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the fact that there's another, on the agenda, there's another fence
Yes, I
color.
know that.
So, yeah, it's,
It is in the historic district. But that's a new fence, mine's the old, getting older. So, okay, I'll do,
I think we ought to go through the whole process myself.
I think it should, I'm not opposed to it per se, but because it's in the historic district. I actually walked over there and did look at it in the area, and I don't think it would be out of line or out of character for that area. But I think it should probably have a simple application. Does that seem appropriate?
or at least minor or major review.
Minor.
Minor.
Yeah.
Yeah, but right now, we're not going to reject this, of course. So, but the question is, do we want to come back to this chamber for a formal review? That's the question you're asking.
Yes,
What-
or just go to
Yeah,
staff.
and that's the question that's being asked us, and the answer was what, on your part? Formally, what do we have to do?
No, it's an informal application,
Right.
and then you can consider it on the agenda. It'll be under the informal, and you can take action on it to recommend to the Planning Commission
you know.
Once the application's written out, then we can take action on it.
Exactly.
Okay.
It has to be agendized so you can take action.
So it puts on the agenda,
Yeah.
hear it next in December,
Yeah.
and then that goes to the planning commission immediately, and that gets approved.
Done.
Yeah. It's just
Okay.
now, it's just a formality. I think the intent here is everybody's agreed that it will probably be fitting in with the historical district.
Yeah.
I personally like the fence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember those, and my grandmother had one like that.
It's a lot better than what you got now. That's the way I feel.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not
Yeah,
complaining
no,
about it, but yeah.
Wow.
Exactly.
I think it would be a great idea.
I don't want us to replace all that redwood.
You're proposing a community improvement.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, that's good.
Any other informal project reviews?
Anybody else?
No.
No. Okay, we'll close that. Action items, affidavit of posting of the agenda. I think we need to take most of these separate.
Just read them all. Oh, do you got a problem?
Yeah, I have a correction on B, so
Let's go one by one. No one has a comment on the affidavit of posting. I move it be item 4A be approved.
Is there a
A second.
second?
first,
I'll second it.
roll call vote.
That's item A.
Item A.
You want to hold them all?
Why don't we hold at least A and B together?
Okay.
I've got a couple of quick corrections on B.
So, as long as they're not too big, we can do this.
No, it's pretty easy.
Could misplug your name.
Where it says roll call present, Gretasov is missing.
Who's that?
Me.
On what item?
This is where it says roll
roll
call
call.
present. Board members Goubert,
so you were here.
Franco, Garrett, Maderos, and yeah, I was there. I'm actually mentioned later in this too.
Okay.
And
You really want
You
that?
should have been either that or made absent.
one or the other.
Okay.
And that's all I had on that.
Okay.
Okay, subject to changes, I move that minutes of the meeting of June 2nd, 2015 be approved.
I'll second that.
Roll call.
Call for the vote.
Okay. Commissioner Franco,
Aye.
Commissioner Garrett,
Aye.
Commissioner Maderas,
Aye.
Commissioner Griswold,
Aye.
absent Commissioner Goubert. Motion passed 4-1. All board members being present, the motion passed by the maker unanimously, 4-1.
Okay, next on the agenda, action item 4C, consider patio fence paint color for JJ's Burger and recommend to the Planning Commission.
Mr. Vice Chair, I'll let Rudy take this. He's met with the owner and discussed this.
So a couple of weeks ago it was brought to staff that the Historical Resources Board is looking to change the color to JJ's fence, or JJ Burger's fence. Apparently the current color is not on the historic color palette, and we are looking to get an appropriate color on the fence.
Has there been a
Is the applicant here?
application presented to the city?
Well, the applicant is here tonight, and he was willing to go under whatever direction the commission or the Historical Resources Board gives him.
Okay.
Step forward, yeah.
Did they want to speak?
Mr.
Good night, guys. So, I guess you guys want to change the color to the fence? Is what I understand?
I got a question. Did you pull a permit for the fence, or were you told to put the fence? Did you ask anybody to put the fence in?
Yes, sir.
Who did you ask?
The city manager?
And he approved it
Yes, sir.
without coming in front of the Cultural Research Board. So there's a problem.
And the same with the...
And also, the concrete poured in your place that was after the fact too, and you were given permission to do that too?
No.
The owner did?
Yes.
Okay. So,
Now let's take the fence. What colors are you proposing?
I got the person in the color, I find what the color it is, but I guess you guys want to change the color, the historical society, whatever color you want it is fine.
I'm fine with the white myself. White is cleaner than you're gonna, if you put it black, it gets dirty quicker, because we got it up the cemetery and it just
Yeah.
collects a lot of dust.
I'm fine with white.
But the only thing I'm saying is they're already issued and let them put the fence up without going through the proper channels. So not much we could say, really.
Well, what action do you want to take? See, check the public. Is there any comments?
Yeah, are there any public comments on this?
didn't see somebody, is the president, okay.
Yeah, Rudy's acting as clerk for the evening.
Cara Vonk, San Juan Batista, and I'm sorry Banda Guevara is not here today, and there are other members of the Historical Society. And I've heard other people say that they think white is inappropriate because it doesn't really fit in with the mission design. Black would be a much better color because it would look more like wrought iron. You know, it's a very modern looking fence, straight up and down. So I think I've heard other people say, and it's my opinion as well, that the fence should be painted black. The white is really inappropriate. It's metal.
Why is it imperfect?
Huh?
Why is it not correct? Why don't you like the white? You got a white wall all along San Juan down Main Street.
Because it's iron, and iron is historically black. So to make it look more like wrought iron, it seems to be the sense of the community, at least people that I've talked to, that it should be black.
A lot of people I talk to like the white.
Okay, well, you're the commission, so you can make a decision. But I don't think white is appropriate. It makes it look really modern, and it doesn't blend in.
It blends in for me, it's fine. But the trouble is, they were issued to go ahead and put this fence up by the city administrator.
Well, I totally agree.
By the planning director.
Yes, I totally agree with your comment, and I think streetscape, and this is a historic area. It should have come before the Historic Resources Board for input. I don't know how your other members feel, but personally, I think it should be black.
But I talked to a lot of people, and some say black, some say white, so it's 50-50.
Well,
it's not all, everybody wants it black. There's a lot of people want to leave it like it is.
In my opinion, it would look more like wrought iron if it were painted black, which would be more in keeping with the historical style. So,
there are two opinions, mine, yours, and somebody else's.
Right, and you've got three other members who might have some input. Thank you.
What, if it was approved by city staff, what?
Well, I think we can clarify that.
Okay.
When the concrete was put in, there was a ledge there. And I told him, I says, that's dangerous. I don't want somebody falling off that. And on the city property, you're going to have some type of a barricade or resistance there to keep people from falling off of your thing onto the thing there. That's the way I left it.
You got that picture with the flowers?
Yeah.
Public comments still on
Did
that?
you ever see this one here, Roger? That's what it used to look like?
Yeah, that's what you used to look at. Yeah.
See, if they would have come in front of us, if you guys wouldn't have issued the permit to put it up for safety reasons, they could have put a temporary box, but we could have discussed what we really wanted, but this would have been the thing.
Yeah.
Planter boxes with trees and stuff.
Yeah.
But now that they already given permission to put it up, I think we ought to just leave it where it is.
I don't think he has necessarily. Let's hear from Mr. Ponce.
Richard Ponce, 9343. I'll make it 50-50. I like the white, and I've heard a lot of people also say the white is not a problem. The problem is he didn't get a permit to do it. That's the problem. But the color I don't think is a problem. Wrought iron is usually black. But this is not wrought iron. This is too big, a big difference. So I like the white. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other public comments?
Any more public comments? Okay, I'll close to public comments. Comments?
Yeah, if you're asking for my comment, sure. In my opinion, I think the white is okay. I understand where some people feel that the black or the wrought iron may fit in with the period. Depends on what period you're going after. As far as I'm concerned, if you're going to the mission period, yes, there is such thing as wrought iron, and it's black, and it's what have you. But I think that, if we do more research as far as the period is concerned, I think white is not out of the picture either. So to bring it up at this point in time, to go ahead and repaint it and that kind of a thing, I think the important thing right here is the safety barrier, and that's what's really important about this, and keeping people from falling off the ledge there. I think that's the most important part, and the color isn't really that big of a problem as far as I'm concerned.
So staff, was this put in adequately? That's how a fence should be put in of this type?
I think structurally it's adequate to resist. I think the code says any banister and everything has to stand 20 pounds of pressure at 3.5 feet above the ground.
Well, any comments that you have on this? Yeah, my quick comments on it are that I would have preferred it come. I would have preferred all of the improvements come to the Historic Resources Board. I'm not a huge fan of the white fence. My concern on the corner there, you've got the one post that sits up taller than everything else. That needs to be dropped. That could be. Somebody could easily trip and they're possible. It'd be highly improbable, but you could get impaled on that. My feelings, I'm not a huge fan of the white. At this point, I'm not sure it's worth the exercise to go and have it painted, but I would advise any other changes to color palette, materials, fencing, gates, roof, lighting, anything else that has to do with visual from the street on that thing should come to the Historic Resources Board. So my personal feeling is it needs to get changed for the whole of things. I'm not sure it's worth the exercise.
The answer is it's already been approved by the city.
Well, it hasn't.
They give them permission to put it in.
If we take what Roger said you have a possible hazard that may have someone fall onto the city sidewalk, put up some sort of barrier. That's not necessarily saying go ahead and put up the fence. It's saying you've got an issue and it needs to be taken care of. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
I don't know if he was advised that he would have to bring that to the HRB or not. And at this point, I don't know. My druthers is it should have been handled in a different fashion. So I motion that we leave it as it is. But advise any other.
I don't know if, Ernest, do you have anything to add to that? Or?
Not really. I'm wondering if there's going to be a fence in front of the brewery.
That's supposed to be a picket fence.
What color is it going to be?
That's supposed to be grape stakes.
Grape
when we
stake,
passed
yeah.
it.
Or it'll be just a...
Yeah, because it used to come
natural.
down the side and then come around the brewery.
So it'll be a natural color.
Yeah.
This is something you can attach to this white fence.
Well, later on, if
you can
you want
attach
to.
the grape stakes to these to this metal.
You can screw them onto that if you want.
If you wanted to do that, so
Another thing you could do is put some planters there and decorate it a little
other
bit.
things too, sure.
And then-
And one of the opinions I have, as far as I'm concerned, most of the things that come before the city has to come through our city hall, which is the staff. and then they bring it before us.
Right.
So some of the things that, if everything's done correctly, it doesn't have to come before us as long as it goes with our ordinances and it goes with our billing codes and what have you. The city staff can handle that. So some of these things, our laws and our staff should be able to handle that on its own. So I'd like to throw that in there.
Well, that letter I give all you, that's going to address all that when we get down to that. That's what we're going to work on. From now on, this
Yeah.
kind of stuff won't happen. But I myself would say we just ought to let it go now and forget about it. It's up, it's done.
I would not go for the color. If the application was in front of me, it would not be white.
The application in front of me, I wouldn't approve white.
Well, everybody's got a different color schedule.
No, but I mean, like I said, it's in.
Yeah.
But I mean, if it was in front of us,
Right,
it wouldn't be white.
right.
Correct.
Because we had a public comment when everybody was just, you might have said black, you might have said black, you might have said white, I might have said white. Then we were then stuck.
We were looking for a third vote.
I'm more of a chartreuse person
Yeah,
myself.
one of the encouragements, I would encourage that the owner come before the city to ask for our assistance so that we can help them put in the right thing as well from the get-go. So,
Yeah, on all.
but I think with this in mind and right now, I think we got a good start to go with this. Because there's some other things we can still do here. And I'm sure the owners, we should let the owner feel free that there's some other things we can do to
We could
Reduce
put
the
some
impact.
shrubs
go
down
along
there.
with the area and the mission and everything. There's more that we can do with it if we so desire.
Yeah, planters and have something growing through it would be.
Yeah, putting some vines or something that grew through it would certainly dull it down a little bit. And
But it's there.
leave everybody
Okay.
happy. It is there. I mean, that's, if you could get that one in the corner down to conform to the rest.
Put that down as part of your, it's not a choice, it's not a may.
Oh, okay.
If your proposal says this, cut this down and accept what you got, but cut that thing down within 10 days or something.
This is the one post right
Oh,
here.
it's an action
Oh,
item,
that's
isn't
a
it?
post, yeah.
Down at the end.
Oh, that big one down there.
This one down here, yeah, that one definitely needs to be cut. Well, it's an action item, so I mean, we can,
Yeah, you can, like I said, any condition you want to put on it can be done, it's not an issue.
well,
But you got to let him know, and it can't be just
Yep.
guess on his own. What does the commission, what does the board want him to do? And so,
yeah, I mean, I will entertain a motion that we allow the fencing to stay as it is, with the condition that the end post at the far end corner is cut down to conform and finished off top, similar to the other ones. And I highly suggest that some plants get intertwined into that.
not suggest.
Not suggest.
What do you want?
Well, it's not what I want.
Tell him what, to make a suggestion means we can talk about it he can talk about it forever. If you want planters in front, we say, cut the thing, put planters in front, behind.
What are your
wherever.
feelings about planters?
I like plants. I
Well,
have no problem.
maybe the commission and the city could be open to continue to look at this and ask the owner to perhaps even go further with something more than what's there right now. To go back and look at it and take out the things that are unsafe, put in some things that may make it more compatible with historically.
So would that be a direction or would that be a motion?
Be a call for continuance. See, the thing is, it is stark. Let's face it, it's white, but it's stark. And so
It
the
is.
planters and, like I say, growing vines, whatever, they'll give it a whole new feeling inside.
Well, let's continue this. Let's continue this until next meeting. I'd like to suggest to the owner, if you could come back with some ideas on adding some planters, maybe something vining that would intertwine on that fence. And by next meeting, if you can have that
Why don't you give me an idea of what it is, right? What type of plans
I do not have a green
I
thumb,
don't know
so.
about that, but, you know, I mean,
I would just say that we let this go like it is, and if he wants to put some plants on there himself, let him do it. Because the health department's gonna not, certain plants you can't have in there.
Understood.
And if he does want to move forward with something else,
Something else,
to bring
then
it
he
forward,
comes in front of us.
and we will help you with that
all right.
in the end. If you come up with an idea or something like that,
that a motion?
you want to work with us, we'll be happy to help you with that.
Is that your motion?
I make a motion, we go ahead and approve it and be on with it.
With the condition that the end post gets cut within
That's correct.
Yeah.
10 days?
Tomorrow morning.
Good.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call vote?
Okay. Commissioner Franco?
Aye.
Commissioner Garrett?
Aye.
Commissioner Maderas?
Aye.
Commissioner Renaissance?
Aye.
The 4 members of the board present, motion passed unanimously with 1 absent. Okay. Item D, Rudy?
Okay.
Continue.
Next one's very easy.
All right.
Okay, on to
5D.
action item 4D, consider sign design review for the Pueblo Viejo Imports at 311 3rd Street. Applicant is Jose Guzman.
Yeah, unfortunately, the applicant couldn't be here today. He had a last-minute family emergency, and
We're going to
comment.
continue it until the next meeting.
so continue it to the next meeting.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think we
let's
got
continue.
questions.
Yeah, I think we will as well. Let's see. Public hearing. Consider site and design review for bathroom structure at Jardines de San Juan and recommend to the Planning Commission. Applicant is Robert Winkler.
Yeah, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the commission, the applicant is requesting site design approval to put in a detached restroom facility in the Jardine complex. We have a map submitted for your review there. It will be at the end of the plaza and more towards the greenhouse area that's situated off of Franklin Street. It will be approximately a dual facility for both women and kids with a open bar that would be facing the north towards the plaza area there. The applicant is in the audience and he's there to speak in favor of it. We've looked at the logistics of it and we found that you can sewer it more effective off of Franklin Street rather than going into 4th Street where the sewer main is much deeper than on Franklin Street. The water is situated on site and the facilities would be there. And then all around the facilities will be pavers matching pretty much the patio area of the event center there in the rear of Hardings.
I'll make a comment before we start. We're being asked for site and design review. We have no buildings to consider the designs on. So I don't know how we can approve this thing because we don't know what it's going to look like. We know where it's going to be.
We submitted
Yeah,
architectural design plans
in your
along
packet,
with the map.
in your packet is.
we don't
in your
have one.
packet- In your packet is a,
No,
No.
single sheet.
Not in ours.
This is the only one we
they
got.
They just put the, they just put the plans in, huh?
We only got the,
Actually, I stapled the two extra,
Yeah.
Yeah.
the design plans to the map.
I had 8 or
well,
9 of them.
That's all we got. We got a nice folder for it.
This is what he's proposing. Unfortunately, it didn't get there. I had 9 of them duplicated, and they were supposed to go with the plans here for the thing.
And this
you have more copies of those? That's the only one you got?
yeah.
Trish must have not.
The thing is that this is not to scale either.
No.
No.
Yeah, that is to scale.
This is?
The drawing that I put in there
Oh.
is to scale. His original one is not to scale, and so I
But
superimposed
you,
it.
Roger, you only got 22 foot 6 inches, but you don't tell us the depth.
This one here's to scale.
The depth of what?
Original.
Of the sewer?
Well, there's one there.
The bathroom.
No, it is.
No, that's everyone.
You got the length of it, but you don't have the depth of it.
Yeah, I put it on there. It's 16 feet wide, 22 feet long,
Mine's only got 22 foot 6 inches.
I see the
22
16.
feet, 6 foot of overhang, 22 feet, 5 foot of sidewalk, 16 feet wide, 5 foot on each side of the thing. Yeah.
You got a different one than I got?
Mine's 22, 16.
See, I don't have that one.
Aha,
Creek Cloud.
that's why. Yeah.
I had.
Mine's different his.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, see, right there's the
I don't
staple
think-
mark.
Yeah,
That's
so
what
I can't help you there.
Yeah, but that's what was on.
So this is, see what's happening? So it's 16 feet, and it's 5 the sidewalk.
So, Roger, real quick, on this drawing, the not to scale one, is that the smaller looking one that's on there?
When they submitted it, had the smaller scale, and that was not true. I superimposed my drawing on
With the
top,
color?
in color, to the scale of
Yeah.
actually what it's
Okay.
going to look like.
Yeah,
And
and
then
what-
the cross-hatched around there is the brick pavers going around it.
I think we should table this until they come back with the actual distance off the fence, all the measurements, and a drawing blown up.
The distance
Quarter
off
inch
the
to the
fence
foot.
is 7 feet.
That's where we get into trouble. We're not getting the whole picture here.
Yeah, unfortunately, what I had drawn up there did not get transmitted to you.
Yeah, that's right, because we look at it right now, I mean, we don't have time to make a decision. We need to come back with a set of plans that are gonna tell us what it looks like inside, the setback for the toilet, handicaps, all that stuff.
Yeah, where's the source for the sewer, where's the source for the water?
Yeah,
Electricity.
Yeah. The sewer's on there, on the site plan, it shows the sewer line, you know?
it doesn't show up mine.
Yes, it does. You look
No,
in there and it goes
his does
to, it goes
Now, you
out
got
to-
one coming out here, yeah, to Washington Street.
Exact, no, not to Washington.
Franklin.
But I think we need to just table this and come back with a real good set of plans. It does,
This is, okay, so this is the sewer
yeah,
line
it comes
here.
out here,
Yeah,
it comes
that's
all
the
the way
sewer
down
line.
here.
Okay. Clean out,
Right.
5 inch, or sewer, excuse
We
me.
don't really have the dimensions of anything here.
Sewer,
Oh, okay,
sewer.
okay.
The
Out
sewer
to
is here,
Franklin.
but we need
And where's
setbacks.
the water?
I don't know why Trish did.
Water coming the same probably.
My understanding is water's already in that location, Roger?
Yeah.
Water is already on site, yes.
So water
That
doesn't,
location where the bar's gonna go in there?
Well, it goes all the way back through their whole
Irrigation.
area there where they
I think we really
they
should
do
table this until we get a,
their
nice set of
landscaping,
plans.
you know.
Oh, okay.
this is just it's hearsay.
yeah, my nervousness on this is that,
I'd like to see you come back with a real set of drawings that shows all the toilets inside, the handicaps, what kind of materials you're using on the outside, what kind of roofing.
Yeah, see, and that, unfortunately, all of that was delineated, and we Xeroxed it, but it didn't get put in your packet.
I
Well,
did
that's-
submit all that.
Yeah. you
But
submitted
see,
all
that's
that.
not helping us, Roger.
You know, I know,
But I'd like to see this table until we get all that information.
yeah.
So this one comes in off the front,
We should go and check
off the
this thing,
side.
you know.
can this be, I presume that we're going to be doing, our meeting on Thursday got postponed. I presume we're going to be trying to get to that within the next week or so. Can this be added into that meeting as well to help
We
help
could
this
add
project
into it,
along?
yeah, yeah,
But we need enough time to look at the plans too.
yeah.
It's a matter of time.
Yeah.
Like I said, that, it's basically what you're
It's,
talking about, it's a workshop.
It was
Yeah, we don't-
Yeah.
drawn and detailed with the restroom. I checked the setbacks, and I checked the handicap provisions and stuff like that. Unfortunately, that stuff did not get transmitted to you.
Roger, if you hadn't taken the initiative to draw this thing out, we would be looking at a little tiny square versus a
Little tiny
larger
square, right.
rectangular building.
exactly,
which would have been an automatic continuance or denial.
yeah.
Yeah, I move this gets continued until we get clear drawings.
Call for a motion.
I call for a motion that this gets continued
With a full set of drawings.
with a full set of drawings.
Back setbacks, tile, colors, everything.
Will this be underground utilities? Bring the power in?
Yeah.
We have power up there now.
Electrical will be all underground.
Yeah.
The water line is very close to it.
We're sorry about that.
And then the only issue really was how is it going to be sewered?
Yeah,
And
like
he
I
had-
said, I submitted all that.
And
You
he
guys
had
just did
two
that.
options, to go into the Fourth Street
And
or to go into Franklin. And we would prefer, it was much easier to go into the Franklin Street.
And then the other thing I was gonna suggest, since he's here, is you're talking about putting the sidewalk in on the far side. We also like to see the sidewalk put on the other side too. That way it finishes the whole block up.
No, we were putting pavers around the building.
No, I'm talking about the exterior of the building. Exterior, the sidewalks that go down by Washington Street that are missing from Washington down to the other end.
Well, that presents a problem.
There's no problem. What they could do is just jog the fence around a little bit, come in and make it work. That way, all the sidewalks in that block are finished off. Because they're drawing a lot of people here when they start putting these bathrooms in. Somebody's going to fall down out there one day and get a lawsuit. So I would suggest that you look at that. It's not that big of a deal to put the sidewalk on both sides. It's going to benefit you and benefit the
I
city.
mean, out on the street.
Public sidewalks.
Yeah, off our property.
Yeah.
I think I can get together, Rudy and I, with Ron, and we can find a solution on that.
Yeah, because
Washington Street
there's
side.
two big olive trees there. All they have to do is just move the fence a little bit, just come around like that. That's all they have to do with it.
Okay.
So what's the motion?
Continue,
Move
but I
that
guess
we continue until we have
continuous, and then I'll try to
complete
get
plans.
together with
Well, I didn't hear.
Well, we need this.
Yeah, that's
Well,
that's what they're looking at.
We need, that's what, we need
Yeah,
the whole
I'll
packet so we
collaborate.
can look at it.
Yeah, I know, I submitted the whole
Right.
packet, I don't know.
So we're
how
sorry
it
that this
was.
happened, I mean.
But this is my original, so I need to
Yeah.
get this
Yeah.
back and I can
Yeah.
submit copies.
Yeah, he
We
he
need
had back to
this.
him.
We need the
had-
heights and all that
Yeah,
stuff.
I
What kind of-
submitted all
yeah.
that.
Regular,
You
regular.
know, I just need this.
Okay.
Yeah, he take that back. We have everything there.
Well, then bring it back to us and we'll look at it, but I hope it's right.
It didn't get transmitted to you.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sorry, Robert.
So the motion is, and who's going to second it? And,
Motion to continue?
motion for continuance, seconded. And
Continuous to when?
December meeting.
December meeting.
Yeah.
I heard some talk about it at Thursday meeting.
Thursday meeting is
That's
more of
canceled.
a workshop. Yeah.
We'll get together with you and we'll find out when the next meeting is to see if we can accelerate.
Yeah,
Okay.
I guess. Yeah, 'cause I'll be out of the country during December, but I can have the general manager of the restaurant come over. But you'll have everything you need. Like I say, I did submit it, somehow it just didn't get to
And
you.
make sure you got the specs in there, what the colors are gonna be and the roof tile and all that stuff.
We
Right.
didn't know we needed to do that, it just, we were told just to do the
Yeah.
top line, we didn't give color, and we didn't give, so
We-
you tell us everything you need.
We like to have it all now because that way we don't get in trouble anymore.
It's gonna be a duplicate of the theater that's there.
Well, you just put it in the packet, whatever it is, and we'll look at it.
yeah, so you're going to match whatever you got in the surrounding.
Yeah,
Exactly, it's gonna, yeah,
Right.
it's just gonna blend in.
It looks that way.
I would
yeah.
imagine if they enclosed a picture of the existing structure and saying using this color scheme,
That'd be great.
Okay,
right?
all right, I'll get together with Roger.
Okay.
Okay.
thank you.
Motion, we had a motion and a second
Yes. To continue it.
to
To
continue.
December.
Who made the motion?
I second it.
You second it? I made a motion.
Okay.
If that's okay with the commission.
Okay.
Is this just consensus or do we actually need a roll call vote on it?
Roll call.
Yeah.
That's our decision
Might make a
on
consensus
this
decision.
action item.
Yeah.
Okay.
consensus, it's consensus that we'll continue.
She put these in. Sorry about that, yeah.
Good enough?
Good
Had
enough.
them all folded and
Are
everything.
there any other items on your agenda?
Comments from the Historic Resources Board?
No
Anybody?
comments from this commissioner?
Any comments for the Historic Resources Board?
No comments
Uh,
from me.
Yeah, just look at that stuff I drew up there for you, and if you want to add some stuff to it, add it, and you can get it back, and we'll look at it, and then we'll have a special meeting on it.
Yeah,
On that.
It's not a discussion, it's just handout, it's a handout.
okay.
So let's put-
Well, we can ask for this to be put on the next agenda.
Yeah,
Okay,
when you're ready with it. When you're ready to do that, yeah.
okay.
What, so are we gonna, what are we gonna put for today's record?
For today's record, I think the only thing we can do is, this was handed to us by Pat, and I think what I would like to see is this put on as a discussion item on the next HRB, at the next HRB meeting.
Okay.
And if HRB members could make comments, changes, or anything, so that we can do that at the next meeting.
Okay.
And if
Right,
you
and
could give
you're
that to Rudy so that we can put it in the agenda package.
Give one to Roger.
And who's gonna present it? Pat, you gonna present it?
Uh,
Is this your presentation? Okay. So you
Yeah,
got,
I'd
Just
asked,
wanted me to it.
oh,
I'd asked from the planning commission,
yeah,
Commissioner Garrett to work as a
Right.
bylaws committee. And basically, I look at the one I was in before is rules of procedure. And this would be part of the packet of rules of procedures, I guess, for the HRB, but could also go to the planning commission. So that's his draft of what it is.
Okay.
And so
Just give me one
review-
copy so that we can
Yeah, so we'll
get it on.
Review and then beef it up or
Next
whatever's
meeting.
got to be done to it.
make a decision on it, or discuss it in the next meeting.
At the next meeting.
Yeah, and then we could have a public comment. on it.
I'd like to make a quick comment in the HRB meeting, and that's that any businesses or homes within the historic district or any historic homes, if you're going to be making any changes, at the very least, you should be coming to the HRB meetings to make an informal presentation. And today we had a perfect example of somebody making a presentation to the HRB. She wanted to change her fence. We gave recommendations. That's going to save everybody a lot of time and a lot of frustration. So my comment is that if you're going to be making any changes within the historic district or to a historic site, landmark, or whatever, do your due diligence, bring it to the HRB. If nothing else, we're going to say, okay, and at worst, we're going to say, that's probably not going to fly. But by bringing it here, it can be heard, we can give you suggestions, and help walk you through the process. And that's all I have to say. City manager, city planner, anything?
Yeah, right, none.
Move to adjourn.
6:48. Adjourn.
Second?
Second.
Second. Thank you.
Okay, this is now the opening of the regular meeting of the San Juan Bautista City Planning Commission. Today is November the 3rd. Call to order. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Maderas?
Here.
Commissioner Garrett?
Here.
Commissioner Garrison?
Here.
Chairman Franco?
Here.
Absent is Commissioner Guber.
Okay, now is the time for public comments. If anybody has a comment relating to anything they want to present to the Planning Commission, if it's nothing more than a suggestion that we would be sending up or looking into for you, now would be the time to do it. If you have an item, if you want to talk about something that's on the agenda, I'd appreciate if you'd wait until that item comes up on the agenda, so that all of your comments will be, especially for the video, will be all in one place and not separated from the body. Does anyone would like to speak on anything that's not on the agenda? There being no public comments, we'll go to the next one. We have presentations. We have a presentation from Earthbound Farms regarding their proposed facility expansion. Apparently, Mr. Bill Wiseman and Kimberly Horn will be our presenters.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Santiago Pacheco. I'm the Vice President of Operations for Earthbound Farm. I'm also a resident, a happy resident of San Juan Bautista. And I am also a member of a board of directors for the Chamber of Commerce for the San Benito County. So I'm very, very much entrenched and believe in the vitality of our businesses here. So we're going to give you a quick overview of what we're about at Earthbound Farm, and then we'll have Bill present the project to you. We're going to start with a video here real quick.
We helped create it. When we started out, people said we couldn't sell salad in a bag. Today, it's a staple in 80% of American households. They said no one would buy baby greens instead of iceberg. Today, they're the biggest share of salad sales. We're not resting on our laurels, though. From improving our farming to mastering supply, we're dedicated to being your best-in-class packaged greens partner every single day. And we're only getting started. Our intensive consumer research has identified what your shoppers really want. That's why we're developing a pipeline of creative products to meet emerging needs, updating our brand, and re-envisioning the shopping experience so we can grow our company, and yours too. A history of innovation, a commitment to execution, and a big investment in future growth. We are Earthbound Farm.
Very good. So just a bit of history of Earthbound Farm. Earthbound Farm was founded back in 1984 in the Carmel Valley. With more than 30 years in business, Earthbound Farm is one of the pioneers in the organic food movement. It is really a true heritage brand. That's what Earthbound Farm is. In 1986, Earthbound Farm was the first company to successfully launch pre-washed packaged salads in the grocery stores. It goes way back in 1986. In 1996, Earthbound Farm partnered with Mission Ranches to form Natural Selections Foods and move its headquarters here to San Juan Bautista over at its current location in a 2,500 square foot facility. And we've continued to grow year over year. We were fortunate to be acquired by White Wave Foods Company, who also owns Organic Horizon Milk and Silk brands, among other brands. In 2015, Earthbound Farm continues to grow with White Wave investment. We are expanding to be now this year at 420,000 square foot facility, a long ways from the 2,500 square foot facility when we moved in here in San Juan. With 30 years and 10 billion plus servings of salads, and we saved more than 130 million pounds of chemicals from going into the earth, because we are organic and we care about our environment. We are the biggest employer in San Benito County. We employ 1,500 employees, 300 professional employees, with 31 employees who live here in San Juan, including myself. How do we do this? How do we prevent chemicals from going into our ground? So we have about 3,600 certified organic acres that we produce 14.8 million pounds of greens and 800,000 cases of vegetables annually here. And we use barriers like this that attract insects, good insects that eat bad insects, basically, instead of using pesticides, right? So that's what we do. That's how we do it. The market for organic food continues to grow from 1997 to 2014. And we're, as you can see, from a 25,000 square foot facility now going into a 420,000 square foot facility. We're certainly growing with the market as well. The fruit vegetable market is the largest segment of organic food. Earthbound Farm also contributes to organizations here locally in San Benito County. Organizations such as the Community Foundation, Anzar High School, and the Community Food Bank. We've contributed over $100,000 in 2013 and about $20,000 to organizations here in San Juan Bautista. So essentially that's who we are as Earthbound Farm. I'm going to have Bill Wiseman present to you just a quick overview of the project that we got going on.
Thanks, Santiago. Well, good evening. How are you all? Commissioner Franco, Council or Planning Commission members, and staff, thank you. My name is Bill Wiseman. I'm with Kenley Horn and Associates. We're working on the entitlements and the environmental review for the project. So you've gotten an overview of who Earthbound Farms is. I'm sure you know, as your neighbor, generally what they do. But we thought it'd be good to give you a little insight as to what impact and what they're having on the community as a whole and what they do as a business. Earthbound Farms is planning to do some expansion. So we're here before you tonight. This is an informational item because the jurisdiction here that was the lead agency, if you will, and the permitting agency is San Benito County. But obviously in the terms of good neighbor and looking at impacts and helping you understand early on what the project's about, we very much appreciate being invited by Rudy to come and talk with you tonight. So I'm going to give you an overview. We're still at the 40,000 foot level. There's some technical studies that are being done. The White Wave with the transition, they're still trying to understand exactly what it is that they want to do out there, because one of the goals with this project is to actually get the approval process for the next 5 years. So they're trying to figure out what is their growth plan, what do they want to do, what kind of markets they want to be in. And in this case, what I'm learning, which is interesting as a planner, you always get to do different types of projects. This one is entirely different because it's in an industry that is emerging and changing very, very quickly. As you saw from that chart that Santiago put up, the change in the marketplace and in the competitors, and from beginning to the end supplier, if you will, from Whole Foods, etc. It's a very quickly evolving market, and they want to be able to do the right thing. So there's a big investment that they're looking at over time, many millions of dollars, probably in the hundreds of millions, and so they want to make sure that they're getting that right. So I'm coming before you tonight to define what the project is. We're certainly happy to come back as it gets refined. We'll have an initial study that will eventually be prepared, and certainly as a responsible agency and neighbor, you'll have that opportunity to participate as well. So with that said, let me just give you an overview of what's being planned here as a big picture. So first off, just a little context. This is the project site. It's basically a triangular site. As Santiago said, it's grown from 25,000 to now over 320,000 in building area. We've got San Juan Highway coming in off of Highway 1, which goes off the map here on the upper left. San Justo Road, which is going to be important for our discussions. San Juan River. True Leaf Farms is down here. You'll see with the road network, Prescott comes across, and then San Juan Bautista City is about 1.5 miles to the south. Okay? So the current site, it's been used for processing since about 1980. It's 58, that triangular site is about 58 acres. You've got 320,000 square feet of buildings. And what's important here is that there's been 4 previous use permits that have been approved by San Benito County. The approval process on those and what's gone on since 1980, there's been a lot of gyrations, and there really hasn't been a full master plan. So it's like, okay, we're growing so quickly, we want to do this. And you know how that goes with business, and you want to get another warehouse, cold storage space, or production built, and they're going through that. The idea with this is to try to master plan that at a higher level. So some of the things that were approved before are actually incorporated in just by reference for what the project description is going to be as it relates to this new project. Okay? So what they're finding with this pretty expansive growth is that there's a number of deficiencies with the site that they really need to address holistically. The first and foremost is the employee amenity space, and by this I mean there's 3 shifts that come on a 24-hour cycle. So there's a lot of people coming and going, plus you have trucks 24 hours a day. I mean, it's an operation that's moving a lot of equipment, a lot of goods. They're coming in, they have to be moved quickly, obviously, under refrigeration, etc. And then you've got employees. These employees don't have anywhere to congregate, for example, when there's a shift change. They're in narrow hallways. It's very cumbersome. So just what is happening for the employees themselves is a difficult arrangement because it's just grown so quickly. So that's probably the most important thing, is to address how do we make a better space for the employees who are coming there. And that's important for retention of employees so that they're reducing turnover as well as safety issues, etc. The next is associated with that is the administrative offices. They're in that upper portion of the triangle right now. We've had a couple of meetings there, and people are on top of each other, and you can imagine the situation. So that's a problem. And then obviously with a lot of shift changes and trucks going on, you've got parking and circulation issues. And then there's some other things that they're doing there on site. There's washed water that gets used that has to be put into retention or sediment retention ponds. There's what they call as clam shell, which is the plastic shells. They make those on site, so they need to expand that as they grow, etc. So there's various different components of the manufacturing, apart from just processing the goods as they go through, if you will. So here is, at a big picture, what's being planned. And I'm going to go through some subsequent slides, but this is really a culmination, or the sort of the big picture of what's happening. And I'm going to start with within the site. So if we look at this triangular area, this is where the manufacturing comes in. Most of the access is along San Juan Highway coming in right at this point. The administrative offices are up here. Both employees and trucks are coming all into this area right here. There's a lot of congestion. Okay. Additionally, so as part of this project, and there's already some construction going on with this, so we're calling this current construction. This upper area right here is where they're going to be expanding for some plant processing and storage. Okay, so it's kind of an extension of what's going on right now. The additional area extends into where they want to redo some of the surface parking and start to address the circulation and truck and parking. But that's going to occur from the master plan throughout this whole area. I mentioned the clamshell production. That's what happens down in here. So there'll be some expansion to that. And then over here are some of those sediment ponds. The big phase, the big change here is basically moving on the east side of, as I'll call it, of San Justo Road. The site itself, that triangular site, it just can't accommodate anymore. They're basically bursting at the seams. So they need to move over to the other side. It is the most practical, in this case, to the east, for some future expansion. So this box represents an area of about 10 acres. And the idea is to put in some administrative as well as what we're calling the employee wellness area. This is where they can have meeting space for employees, bathrooms, a kitchen, all the things that you would want so that, as an employee, it's comfortable for you. So what's going to happen with this is when this expansion goes in, the goal is to basically vacate San Justo Road for that portion that you see in red. So this triangular area and all the way down to here would be vacated. In lieu of that, or to compensate for that change in the transportation, there'll be a new road on the southern boundary. of the project site. This is be a new connecting road that East Barn Farms will put in, and that'll connect over to San Justo. You'll notice that a portion of this is still retained to keep open because the purpose is there's a PG&E substation there, and we need to maintain access to that. But the idea is that over in this area, there'll be something that'll look somewhat like, excuse me, first this is what the ideas are, and then here's the components of it, and then I'll show an image off on the slide. So there'll be a new employee wellness and administrative building and employee parking. Those are the program elements on the east side of San Justo Road. And conceptually, this is what it's going to look like. So they're trying to emulate a barn feel, if you will, trying to make sure that connection to organic, and that's principles of what Santiago was just talking about as far as what their values as the core principles of the company. So architecturally, this is a concept, and you'll see that there's employees surrounding that, and that's where the employee parking would be, as well as for administrative employees.
How many spaces are you putting in there?
We don't know exact number of spaces, so they're still trying to figure out what the programming is of how many employees, so that's why we're at the 40,000 foot level. So we're still working that out. One of the key issues with this, I'll go back to this slide, is that obviously there's going to be encroachment in ag land. Now, this is an ag supporting business. In fact, its production supports a lot of other acres, so there is that context. But within San Benito County's general plan and policies, this represents, from a CEQA standpoint, a removal of prime ag land. So while we have a removal of potentially up to 10 acres, the Earthbound Farms is committing to creating a conservation agricultural easement outside of this site to compensate. So they're going to fully mitigate that, if you will, by looking at or by providing a conservation easement for the ag. But as far as what that is, that's why we only have a square at this point. We don't know exactly how many parking spaces, etc. Okay, so that's what's going to be on the east side. On the west side, per that image that you saw before, the whole circulation system needs to be made a lot more rational. Right now, there's trucks and employees coming in and out of the same route. It's a big mess. Then the surface improvements need to be made, etc. So there needs to be a cleanup of that. And then some expansion of the plant processing and storage space, as well as some various improvements. For example, that clamshell production expansion that I talked about earlier. So we're at the early stages here of getting the project together. We're doing technical studies like geotech and biology and the gamut traffic study. Once those all are completed and we get a project description that's a little firmer, then the initial study will be finalized. And these are the approvals that the San Benito County Board of Supervisors or Planning Commissioners are going to need to approve. So it's a vesting tentative map, conditional use permits, obviously grading and building permits, and then permits associated with the abandonment of San Justo Road. So that is conclusion of my presentation. I'll just go back to this image here, and certainly Santiago and I are welcome to answer any questions you may have.
And how many acres is it? What are you tentatively right now?
Right now, that triangular site is about 58 acres.
And then the future?
That is about 10 acres.
Plus or minus 10. Okay.
And when you say you're going to mitigate some additional property to compensate for the land, agricultural land that's going to be used up for this particular project, where is that going to happen and how? When will that happen?
It'll happen prior to approval. There'll be a development agreement or some other mechanism that Earthbound Farms is going to have to enter into an agreement with the county, and that'll be done somewhere in the area, like immediate area. They haven't identified a site yet because we're still trying to figure out what the sizing is.
Well, the county will decide that?
The county will be the approval of the approving agency on the project and the creation
of where?
Well, they'll have input on the location. I think what will happen is the applicant's going to propose a location, and it'll have to be of equal prime farmland status. And essentially, the county's policy is a one-for-one replacement for prime farmland. Wow. And that is lands that's above a story index of 80 is the
So it doesn't have to be within San Juan Valley?
No, it will be, for sure.
Oh, it will be?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, I would guesstimate unofficially it'll be within a half mile, probably even closer.
Concerns in general on any expansion is currently right now there is a huge problem with truck traffic on San Juan Highway with them parking outside the facility.
Yes.
With them coming through town is one of our biggest issues here internally. Are there any measures in your project that will help mitigate that? I mean, the last meeting we had a concern from several residents about the truck parking, and there are trucks rolling through town. I mean, I know you hear them at 10 o'clock at night rolling through, and I certainly hear them roll through and go over the speed bump. So,
I can address the first part. The project, that's one of the issues that wants to be alleviated. So by separating that employee and truck parking, really physically pulling them apart, that's going to allow a lot more space in this area down here to get those trucks off the road. That's very much a concern.
Has the problem been that it's just you've been so packed up inside there, there's no other place for them to go to?
Exactly.
Okay.
What we have observed is that trucks exiting, and I've talked with your dispatcher to get better signs to say that 101 is to the right and getting out there. The problem that we're having is the truckers coming into your plant, they go and they rely on GPS and it routes them through San Juan. And we have an issue here because its maximum is 3 tons. Sure. And that's it. And these big 18-wheelers come through here and they're tearing up some of our street lights and signs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so
I'll just say one point and then Santiago. We can certainly make sure, it's a great point, because I understand with weights on pavement causes a lot of damage. So there could be, and we'll review this internally, but there could be there's a traffic study still to be done, which Kimberly Horn is going to do. And I think part of that is to look at conditions to make sure that on site they're managing and instructing the truck drivers that here's a truck route, and that truck route is basically what I'm hearing you say, it should be to and from 101, because it sounds like they're shortcutting to get maybe further east or something.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I'm not expecting you to necessarily solve the truckers coming exactly through town, but I think certainly much better sign. I mean, I don't know what the signage is inside. I've only been inside the facility once or twice after being cut off by several of those same truckers, but certainly some signage that just directs left turn San Juan, not acceptable, not allowed, and directing them down the correct path.
As well as education, instructing the drivers, this is how you shall operate. They can manage that sort of activity.
Cool.
And I've talked to a lot of the truck drivers, and there are 2 types of GPSs that they use, and it's a trucker's GPS, and that routes them correctly. But when they get the passenger and vehicle GPSs, and they rely on those, then it takes it the shortest route, and it sends it right through San Juan.
I can imagine. I can see what
And,
you're saying.
and it's the difference in the...
They're out to the light and down 156.
Exactly.
So, okay, that's a great point, and that's obviously a big impact on your community. You don't need the noise and the road impacts.
Question, who's Kimberly Horn?
Kimberly Horn. So I work at a consulting firm.
Planning consulting or
planning,
traffic engineering?
And in engineering, we do a lot of traffic work, etc. I live in Santa Cruz, and I've been working I manage basically the Monterey region. I've been here for 20 years. So, yeah.
This is a Mr. Pacheco, you want to speak first?
I just wanted to say this expansion that's going on right now addresses some of the parking for the truck drivers already. So we're hoping that by the beginning of this upcoming year, we'll have a better flow here. And then obviously with the expansion that we're looking to permit here, it's going to address separating the employee parking and the truckers which will make it better traffic flow there as well.
One of the items that you have coming out of you've got that main inflow, outflow on the San Juan, and one of the nice things about that I think has probably saved I don't know how many lives, you've got a gigantic acceleration lane, because the stop sign there is a mere suggestion to both employees and trucks. And the fact that that is so wide, so my suggestion is where you have the new road coming out to San Juan Highway, I mean, I know it's space, but again, to have that very wide, I mean, it's overly wide, and I think it has literally saved, I mean, I know in the morning, in the last 2.5 years, I have almost been sideswiped, I don't know how many times, that if that thing had been any more narrow, they would have been wiping me off the pavement, so. As a suggestion.
You're talking about...
I'm talking about right there, that nice, huge, wide place. Again, stop signs are a mere suggestion. People, I don't think I've ever seen anybody stop there. And the fact that it is so wide, I think, has helped many a people not get smeared.
Okay.
But part of that too is the bike lane.
Part of it too is the bike lane, and hopefully they're going slower than I'm going.
Okay, I've got one other comment. This is a public meeting, so does any member of the public want to ask any questions?
I got one more question.
Oh, Commissioner?
Since you asked.
Thank you.
On the red line that you have in there, which is the currently existing road, that's going to be taken out, right?
Yes.
So is there going to be any kind of traffic going through there? Is there going to be is that going to be a private road now?
This one right here?
Yeah, the red. Yeah, all that's red right there.
I mean, this is going to be a building, so there's no traffic going from, if there's going to be any traffic, it's from here to here.
Oh, so
It's going to be closed.
that's going to be closed, and then you're saying this part here is going to become a private road?
That goes away.
It's going to be abandoned.
It's going to be abandoned, so
As
that's
well
going to
the
become
south side of it.
farmland? Or
That's a good
access, farm
question.
equipment access?
Yes, probably just, yeah, local
And
access.
this is going to be access road,
Yes,
a driveway,
Yeah.
private
it's
driveway.
like a driveway, yeah.
Yeah. And truck traffic?
Truck traffic is going to remain on this side.
No truck traffic back here? Farm equipment?
Probably would, well, it might occur.
Yeah, okay. And then this here, oops.
This is a new road.
Yeah, that's the new road that's going in to take, instead of the red part, right?
Yes.
And there's not going to be anything here other than a stop sign and that kind of a thing? There won't be any merging or what we call access?
The traffic study needs to look at the delta in the number of truck trips and the employees, and then with that realignment. So we'll both look at volume issues and what happens at those intersections,
Yeah.
as
Okay.
well as the geometry, which is back to your point of how are you getting on and off the road, and are there physical safety issues?
Yeah, I mean, right now there is, as you come off of 101 coming down San Juan Highway, I would say, I get home anywhere between 6 and 7 o'clock at night typically, and I would say 50% of the traffic hook that left turn at speed to come down what's now going to be a non-existent road. And I would gather that the traffic study is going to have some sort of left-hand turn lane coming in onto the new road, because there's an incredible amount of traffic in the evenings and even in the mornings coming in and out of there.
So you're talking about a left turn from
The left turn from
southbound
there.
to the connection.
Yeah, because you can get to Hollister coming all the way down that road. It's not a very fun road in any
Yeah, but
vehicle.
it might take a few minutes
A
off of
lot
you.
of traffic
Exactly.
going through there.
So you're getting some
Yeah.
shortcutters plus trucks, it sounds like.
And
Right.
You probably already know this, but you notice at 101, Highway 129, all those, it's really getting a lot of traffic. So what's happening now, a lot of people are using some of the old roads just to get around. I know that a lot of people are starting to go through the Salinas Grade Road just to get away from 101 traffic jams. And that's causing a lot of traffic. So that really needs to be looked at closely, because I know that corner is going to get real busy that you're putting in there.
Yeah,
One more question. You're growing, and this is for the future. And my question is, how much more growing are you going to do? And every time you do that, you're taking up agricultural land. So as you continue to grow, are you also looking to look into the valley where you're going to create more ag land instead of
Yeah, I mean, we wouldn't be able to manage
The industry itself.
Yeah, we wouldn't be able, if we want to continue growing, we gotta have more land.
Yeah.
So definitely, yeah, that's, we have to have more acres converted to organic.
So is this a local idea? I mean, you're still looking at, in this area of the San Juan Valley and what have you?
Yes.
Yeah.
And obviously, we're also looking from a national perspective, right? But this is our main, this is where the produce is more susceptible for growth in terms of the quality, the texture that we need for the processing of the product to package it in the clams.
This is currently one of the largest organic farms in the nation.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Kind of cool it's right here.
That wasn't in the brochure.
Yeah, that wasn't in the broshure, but it's still a cool thing to hear.
I like the idea of the fact that as you grow, you're trying to also produce more ag land.
That's the only way to sustain the growth.
I think this area is more conducive to that. It's always been that way, and it's nice to know that you're going in that direction.
And what's going to help too, when the new highway goes to Hollister, it's going to be a 4-lane highway. A lot of these people are going to go up the 101 and take that instead of coming across down to the valley.
Yeah.
The Reed right now, they're backed up from Hollister all the way to San Juan.
Yeah. Exactly.
So that's why they're taking the side roads.
Okay. Is there anyone in the public who would like to ask any questions? This is a public meeting and you have the right to ask any questions or comments.
Thank you. Richard Ponce, 93 4th Street. Where they're eliminating San Houston Road, it has a lot of traffic. Like somebody mentioned, everybody's using the side roads to get across to Hollister or to Pacheco Pass. By eliminating that, obviously you're going to have a lot more traffic over here, and with growth, with more trucks there, I mean, it's going to be horrendous traffic there. I would like to see maybe a roundabout or something here to keep that traffic flowing, because it's going to double or triple the traffic on this road. I think that's my main concern. It's a problem now, and by taking the traffic from here and putting it on this road, you're going to have double trouble. So anyway, I think they should really concentrate on the old San Juan Road, possibly a roundabout here or something, or round it off somewhere. We don't have something, maybe a yield or something.
One of the things that's going to happen is they're going to do a major traffic study, and all of these issues, it'll have to be answered, because if it comes back with an EIR that is incomplete and they get sued, the judge will say, do it right the second time. So those questions will be answered and the solutions will be presented.
Yeah, well, that's where they get the questions, so that's why I'm speaking.
That's good. Ms. Vaughn?
Thank you. Cara Vonk, San Juan Bautista. I think I have 4 questions. Do you anticipate that as a condition of approval, you'll be required to make road improvements from 101 to your facility?
Good question.
Because right now it's a very narrow 2-lane and there's a big curve in it. And also I come in frequently late at night and there are a lot of trucks parked out there. I guess people sleeping or whatever.
Bumpy also.
So that's what I envision, that road is going to be improved. And then you mentioned that you would be expanding the processing and the clamshell manufacturing areas. Are those going to be kept within that triangle?
Yes.
Okay. And I know some people, and myself included, we wonder about the clamshell manufacturing process. Does it produce toxic waste or toxic fumes?
No. Actually, we use recycled material to produce the product. We don't use any chemicals.
And it doesn't off gas?
No.
Okay. Let's see. And my last question has to do with farming. I believe you farm in the San Juan Valley to produce. Do you farm in the San Juan Valley to produce?
Yeah, we have about 3,600 acres.
Okay. But you also farm elsewhere in the United States, do you know?
Yes, we do.
I
We
think-
farm in Monterey County, we farm in Southern California, El Centro, and also in the Yuma Valley, Yuma, Arizona Valley.
Okay, because I did hear about Arizona before.
Mhm.
Your employees, I believe that they are transferred.
Mostly now with the manufacturing side being here year-round, we're here year-round, and there are seasonal employees that go with the crop growing.
Okay, so they go to Arizona and California and back.
So the
Okay.
1,500 employees that are in the factory, they stay here year-round.
All right, I think that answered my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments or questions? Okay. Mr. Pacheco and Mr. Wiseman, thank you very much for your presentation. I'll look forward to hearing you as the project goes through, and thanks for keeping us posted.
Yeah, very good, thank you.
Thank you.
And thanks for your comments. I've taken notes, and we will make note of your notes.
Thank you so much.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item on
Wait,
the...
I don't know, on this particular subject, we've heard from the plant and the company, the corporation, what have you. I would like to hear from our county in this chamber, the district supervisor, to speak on behalf of what the county is doing to bring this about, as far as the expansions and what have you, and talk to this chamber, give us some kind of insight too, as what the county is doing in respect to San Juan Bautista and other communities within San Benito County. I mean, why can't we invite them to explain to us what's really happening? As far as the county is concerned, their responsibility, what are they doing for us here in San Juan Bautista, to oversee, so they can hear us, what we think.
Would you want to ask the supervisor and the planning director, or something like
whoever, from the county,
I'd
to
ask
speak
the-
before us.
That's the supervisor.
And
'Cause he's the one on top of
behalf
it.
of what's going on there.
He's District 2.
In other words, we've heard what their plans are, what their ideas are. In what way is the county going to be supporting that? And what's the future holds for us as they continue to grow in this industry?
That's a good point. I like that. Next meeting?
Next meeting, we need to invite somebody here.
Okay, staff?
From the county.
Would you make arrangements to invite the supervisor for District 2 and maybe the planning director or the appropriate person that you find that should be with him to come by and talk about the proposals, the impacts, and how the county supervisors, because they got the whole county, what they're doing in support of this project and what we can expect as
From the
being-
county in light of the surrounding communities. Not just San Juan, but, there's a lot of communities that are going to be affected by this.
Like I said, 1,500 employees, and we've got 31 of them in town. That means there's 1,469 left.
Yeah, and I think the county has a voice in this, but I like to think this.
That when he does, or she, whoever, I think it's,
Yeah.
not sure which supervisor. But I think that way they're, one, not put in the hot seat. Two, you can get some questions answered, and there'll be some technical information back. So maybe once the initial study has been published, the project application is finalized, et cetera, that would be a great time to say, here's how we're solving the issues that you raised tonight, as well as other regional issues, as it relates to farmland, et cetera, and really make that a more robust discussion.
Yeah,
So
and-
only a recommendation.
Yeah, I think that's great. It's a good idea. Thank you.
What do you think? Hold up then?
Pardon me?
Do you want to hold up? Do you want to continue?
I would hold up till they get their
Yeah, I would
study
hold up.
done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I've already asked.
Well, we can let them know we would be inviting them.
Put them on
Eventually, let them know that we're looking forward to meeting with them.
We saw
once this thing gets going.
Okay. Tell them we saw this great presentation, and we're looking forward to what's happening, and they can count on making a presentation to us later. All right. I mean, planning has to be cooperative, and if they're not cooperating, we've got problems. So let's all be on the same team. Yeah. Zvonk.
We would want if you wait until the initial study is done, then don't we our concerns
Oh, the initial study,
in there so that they can look at it and so that it'll be...
no, they'll circulate notice that the study's being done, and that way everybody will get to put in their concerns, and then that will go to the consultants, they'll put together the draft EIR.
Yeah, they get it all done.
Yeah, but that initial study is so we figure what might be the problems.
Yeah. Yeah, I just want for this community or any other community to have a chance to voice their opinions openly in the public.
Okay, thank you, sir. That was a good point. The next one.
No, we're good.
Okay, the next problem we have here is the informal project review. Do we have any? Good night.
Good night.
Thank you.
No, Mr. Chairman, we do not have any applications.
Okay. We have a consent agenda with the approval of the affidavit of posting of the agenda and approve the affidavit of posting and mailing of the public hearing notice. And that was for the public hearings. They're both with us.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And one was historic site and design review for 3rd Street and the Hillside Ordinance Development. So,
I make a motion that we approve A and B.
I second.
I don't see any problems with it.
okay.
Second.
Call for the vote.
All right, 4 members present and the Planning Commission being present. The motion as stated. As a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
That's quick.
Motion carried unanimously with 1 member absent.
Does it have to be roll call?
Pretty much.
You did.
Okay.
3 of them. Okay, next are public hearings, and the first 2 have to do with 415 7th Street, a lot line adjustment for Mr. Alvarez. It's a continued item. And second is to consider the site and design review for 415 7th Street, applicant Mr. Alvarez. State of California, in its wisdom, has deemed that I have a conflict of interest because I am 140 feet from the project. So being it's less than 300, I have to vacate my seat to Vice Chairman. No, it's Vice Chairman over here. And I will head off to do my Sudoku puzzles.
Nice.
I'm used to trying constructively.
Yes.
Is that the only 2, just A and B on your part?
Now let's see what comes up after that. No, Cardenas comes after that.
A, B, C.
He has to come back and then back out.
And
Hardeen's is continued.
That's it? You got Viejo, you got...
and we got Clower someplace.
That's
Yes.
it? San Antonio?
Clowers is 7D.
What about San Antonio?
Yeah,
7D,
later.
yeah. So
And D?
7D is
7D?
7D.
D, Delta. 69 San Antonio. So,
Okay, so you got 3. You got 6 A and B and 7D as in David.
you got it.
Okay. All right, let's go starting with, or do we have to wait till you leave?
I'll go quickly.
We'll have a moment of silence. Okay, thank you. Items A is consider lot line adjustment for 415 7th Street, applicant Al Vias. Continued, and we got item 1, which consider resolution 2015 adopting a categorical exemption under section 15305 of the CEQA. And also item 2 is consider resolution for 2015 dash whatever approving a lot line adjustment. So staff, you have a report?
Yeah, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the commission, both A and B are interrelated in the senses, and then let me just kind of go through. Back in 2005, the applicant asked for a certificate of compliance, and the Planning Commission had granted him a certificate of compliance for 4 lots. The 2 lots that were in question were bordering the 156 right-of-way that were cut off by the acquisition of the 156 when it was installed. Well, they existed on paper, and so he asked the Planning Commission for a certificate of compliance to legitimize the 2 lots that are fronting on 7th Street and the 2 lots that were cut off by 156. Planning Commission in 2005 agreed with that and issued a certificate of compliance for the 4 lots. And then subsequently after that, then the applicant came back and filed for a lot line adjustment and adjusted the lots, each of them approximately 4,100 square feet. And then he had submitted a site and design and got approval of that, and it's been sitting ever since 2006, and nothing has taken place on that site since then. Subsequent to that, I think the applicant filed the necessary papers to legitimize the 4 lots, filed all the papers for the lot line adjustment, and did a record of survey for the thing. So right now there are 4 existing lots that are created at the 415 7th Street. Today we have a new applicant, Al Bias, coming forward, and he has asked for permission to go through a site design review to build some homes on those 4 lots. And the lots that he had chosen at the last Planning Commission were all 2-story, and there was a consensus of the Planning Commission and the general public at that time that the 2-story was really, on 4 lots, were out of place in the neighborhood and the surrounding neighborhoods. And so you sent him back to the drawing board. He came back and he has submitted a revised plan where the 2 lots that are fronting on 7th Street are single-story, single-family homes, and the 2 lots in the back, lots 28 and 29, that access and be elevated above there are what they call split level. They're split level because the garage is at one level, the kitchen and dining room is at about 4.5 feet above that, and then the master bedroom is above the garage. So there's a combination where I call it a 1.5-story design and everything. I told them to take a look at the elevations in terms of the site distance from 7th Street as you look and stand there. And I think on the plans we had shown a site view down in the right-hand corner where driving along 7th Street you can look through and see single-family homes, and then the roof lines would cover and hide the 1.5-story, 2 stories that are up above at the second elevation and stuff like that. So Mr. Valles is in the audience there. He's presented these plans as an alternate to the first presentation that was done at the last meeting where there were just 4 2-story houses and stuff, and he's asking that the site design review would be approved, and then the lot line adjustment would be adjusted, and they're very minor adjustments. I think in the first lots, I think they go from 4,100 down to 4,080 feet or something like that, and it's just a very minor adjustment in the lot line adjustment. I think the crux of the development is that you should really take a look at the site layout and the site design first before you act upon the lot line adjustment. Okay, and Mr. Vass is in the audience if he has any
Maybe we ought to discuss it first before we get started.
Yes.
Well, the applicant can come forward now.
Come forward.
We still got to hear from the
audience,
from the public. So why don't we invite the applicant to come forward and speak on your behalf?
My name's Al Myers. I don't really have a whole lot to say, only because they are legal lots. I think that we've done everything within the law to build, to put the houses there. There's not even a restriction of 2 stories there. They were approved as 2 stories. But everything that I've done with the changes to these plans have been to try to appease, the public and obviously your comments from last month. So I think I'm doing everything to the letter of the law. But if there's something that I'm doing wrong or something that prohibits me from doing what I want to do, let me know. I mean, I want to try to, within reason, make everybody happy. It's kind of like the earlier deal. This guy wants it black. This guy wants it white. I want to bring in a quality project within reason and within, the boundaries of the law. Because I think that my setbacks, everything in here, is within those boundaries. But I'm open to discussion.
First
and they are smaller homes. The 2 in the front are about 1,600 square foot, and the 2 in the back are 1,448. They're smaller.
First and foremost, these properties, there's an outstanding debt due to the city. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes. And
has that been paid yet?
No, and that's going to be part of the conditions of approval.
Is that going to be toward the beginning or toward the end of the project?
That would be at the time when the building permits are issued.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions from the commission?
Well,
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. So the 2 rear lots, and depending which one you look, it says parcel 8 and parcel 9.
28 and 29.
28 and 29. I guess that they're labeled different on different ones. So 28 and 29 on the in both of those parcels include the easement road to them, correct? It's split down the middle between the 2 of them.
Yeah, the flag. I call them flag lots.
Flag lot.
Yeah.
So when you and that's not really, I mean, that's dedicated to a driveway road.
A driveway that will be a cross easement.
Right.
For each one will have a possessory interest in doing this.
I'm trying to find the. If you take that easement road out, these properties now, I wasn't here back in 2005, but that takes the effective property size of the 2 rear ones down to like 3,300 square feet, which is...
That's the way it was approved.
That's never been approved that way. I've never seen a map this way. I've seen the lot, but now you're asking for a lot.
You're asking for a lot line adjustment.
But if you notice where the lot line adjustment is, it's a matter of 100 square feet, and we're actually adding on to those properties.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not going to vote for this there because one thing, there's not one piece of property up there that has that many houses on a lot. That's 4 big houses going in there. We're just past the subdivision with 4 houses in it. It takes 1 acre for 4 houses. And I think that this property should be like the rest of it on that block. 1 house, and if you want to put a little guest house or a shop in the back or a little archview, that's fine. But as far as this, it's not what we want in San Juan Bautista. That's my opinion of this thing. It's not a good plan, and it's not good planning.
The lot line adjustment, regardless of how much space it's being asked to move, it's still being asked to move. Lots in that area are anywhere between 6,000 square feet and 7,500 square feet. And these are
4,000.
These are 4,000, 4,200, 4,300, somewhere in there. And I don't think we have, I mean, the ordinance that just went through city council has a minimum of 5,000?
5,000 was the,
last week
we changed the R1 to a 7,000, 6,000, and 5,000.
Yeah. Right. So if a lot line adjustment's being asked for, how does that factor into it?
Well, these 4 lots were created initially at 4,000 square foot lots. And so they're legally 4,000 square foot lots.
I understand that, but now,
Yeah.
now what he's asking is for a lot line adjustment to happen.
And the lot line adjustment is adjusting it from, lot 28 is from 4,085, it's going to 4,250.
Okay.
And
From lot 29 is
is an increase.
4,040, which is now, currently, will go to 4,200. So the two back lots are being increased, the two front lots are being
But you
decreased.
don't have your setbacks, you don't have a 15-foot setback off the back of the property line,
10
which we
10
require.
10 foot.
It's 15 feet.
Yeah, no, I know, but.
It used to be 20
these-
feet, and
These,
we lowered it to.
these were approved at 10 foot.
Well, you don't even have that here.
No, yeah, each one of them has a 10-foot setback.
I don't see 10 foot, I see 5 feet.
So
5 foot in the back, 5 foot in the front.
Yeah, do you look in lot 27, it's 10 feet in the back. Lot 26 is 10 feet in the back to the property
Well,
line.
my measurement here is 5 foot.
No, no. You know, you have a 5-foot retaining wall. That's not there, 10-foot setback.
I can't see putting this many houses on one little piece of property.
But here's what I'm trying to get.
It's not a good idea.
I
I mean, this will ruin that whole down street on 7th Street where these people live and they like to keep it that way. You're putting too many people on one piece of property.
I can't go back in time, but all.
There's no place in San Juan that has this kind of stuff in it.
San Juan approved it. And
Well,
all-
then what they should do is take it, you go ahead and, if we turn it down, you appeal it to the city council.
Whatever we gotta do, we'll do, but all I'm trying to do is get an answer, because I feel like I've jumped through all the hoops.
Well, I know for one fact that when they bought this property, they paid a lot of money for this property. Way more than they should have. Because the gal that owned it called me and she told me what she got for it. And that's the reason you have to build 4 houses on this property, because these 2 houses cannot pay for what they paid for these properties.
Again, that's all water under the bridge. All I'm trying to say is, I know, I've looked into the legality of this. I have 4 legal lots that you've approved buildings on, and if you're telling me I can't build on these 4 lots,
Well, I'm telling you that I'm
that's a whole
not,
nother issue.
it doesn't fit in with the surrounding area.
I guarantee you this, what I put on there is gonna be nice, and it's gonna go with what's there.
I don't care
And it's
about the
gonna-
niceness. It does not fit in with the surrounding area. So that's my opinion.
Well, the two lots in front will fit in with the surrounding area. The 2 in the back.
You do not have houses in the back looking over top of the other houses on that street.
But they're not looking over the top, Pat. If you look at that plan, we went.
I know what it is, but there's too many people living on one little piece of property.
We went through extensive monies to make sure that if you're standing on the street, that you can't even see the back houses, and you can see it from there.
And the other thing, in these 2 houses in the front, the roof line should not exceed the roofs that are there already on the other 2 houses on each side of it.
I don't believe they do.
They do. They're pretty steep.
I don't think so.
They don't fit in with the surrounding area.
No, the roof pitch on those are 5 and 12, and they don't exceed the height of the.
You go out, these houses are what, 30, 40, 50 feet wide?
Mm-hmm.
They go up pretty high, 5 and 12.
My concern is, back in the day this was approved. Now we're being asked to do a lot line adjustment.
Forget the lot line adjustment.
Okay.
I'll make it work with what I got.
What were the buildings that were approved at the time?
None.
If you want to see the plans that were approved, you want to talk about something that exceeds these roof limits and everything else, I mean, we could bring those plans back out. But like I said, every step that I've taken has been to make it not an eyesore.
I still say there's just too much on one piece of property. We created 4 houses as 1 acre. You're putting 4 houses, not even
and I agree. I understand what you're talking about. What was approved back in 2005, I think Mr. Valance has adjusted it to where it's much more presentable and acceptable into the area than what was originally approved by the Planning Commission.
it's not even, this is not good planning.
I've wrestled with that, and I says, but that's something we have to live with because they were created.
Well, then let them take it to court, and I think we could beat it.
And I want to avoid that because I'm in one lawsuit now. And
I don't have a problem with that. I just think you're putting too many houses on a piece of property that's not big enough.
Before the applicant sits down, is there any more questions for the commission? From the commission? I don't have any personal questions. I'm just listening to everything.
My question is, you're saying that I can't build on the 4 lots?
We didn't take it to a vote yet.
We didn't take it to a vote yet.
No.
You're asking me if I had any more questions. That was my question.
Yeah, okay.
Questions, no. Comments, yes.
That's it? I want to excuse the applicant if we're through with him, so we can ask the public to come forward.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, is there any member of the public that would like to come and speak before the commission? Please do so. And this letter too, right? Yeah. You'll read it. Okay.
Members of the commission and staff, thank you for the opportunity to be able to do this and speak about how I feel, and a lot of other people that I talk to feel. We don't believe, and I don't believe, that crowding 4 homes on 415 7th Street should be done. It should not be a part of that residential area. That area is not meant to have a crowd of homes right next door to single family dwellings. 7th Street already has many cars parked on the street, and it has as many as it can really hold. If 4 houses are built on this lot, or any other lot for that matter, where is everyone going to park? How are the residents going to get in and out of their respective driveways? I would assume a single driveway with entrance into a garage without having some kind of difficulty. This is a real problem waiting to happen. You have 4 families with 4, maybe 8 cars. It'll look like trouble to me seeing all these cars, and I don't even know how they would fit into that lot with those houses. The crowding of 4 homes on this property just seems preposterous. And that is what you have, a crowd of homes that look stuffed into a space just big enough for 2. What happens to the privacy of the neighbors? Both of us on each side, I live on the west side, my neighbor on the other side is as much against it as I am. He just happens to be out of the country right now. But the neighbors on either side, are the walls going to be solid in these homes, especially the ones in the back? Are they going to have 5 windows for lights, or are they going to be able to overlook our property? My property is up against this on the west side. I have almost 1/4 of an acre. It's not that much smaller than the proposed area for these houses, and it's definitely as deep as that property. I understand the layout is much different, but the houses are going to be squeezed together. What is attractive and appealing about that? Where are the kids going to play? How do you justify the 15-foot adjustment instead of the regular 20? And now I understand it's even less. 2 houses would fit comfortably, but 4, I strongly disagree. And the redwood trees, they are so stressed, they have become a danger. I think the city should have the trees cut down before something tragic happens, or at least have them evaluated by a professional just to protect the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? Your name and your address, please.
Good evening, John Forer, 507 7th Street. And I did just receive copies of the final architectural review, I guess, or the draft review here that you're going through and haven't fully evaluated it. However, when I look at this whole project, it appears to me that every piece of that parcel is covered in concrete or roof. When you look, this entire driveway is concrete. This walk, or the turnaround area in front of the garages is concrete. I'm assuming and it is only a 5-foot setback in the back of parcels 28 and 29 according to this picture. Between that and what is presumably a 12-foot retaining wall, and looking at this elevation here, anyway, it would appear that those 5-foot areas are going to be covered in concrete. And it appears that since there's only 10 feet, no, it's 5 feet, side setbacks on 26 and 27, I would presume that that is all going to be in concrete. And the rear of lots 27 and 26, where it is 10 feet, I can't imagine anything but concrete behind there. And that's a heck of a lot of runoff coming off of this parcel. A little technical thing, this shows the fire department connection, or the standpipe, being way up onto lot 29. Having been in the fire service for some time, I would not even drive a fire engine up that driveway if one of those two houses were burning. So putting a...
That's why it's an FDC and not a fire hydrant. It's an FDC where they can take the whole...
connection.
Yeah, the connection.
But how are they going to get to it? Because they're not going to take a fire engine up there.
No. That's where they run the hose up there.
They're going to hand jack the hose.
Yeah, right.
So the connection should be down here on the street.
And the fire hydrant's on 7th Street.
Well, the connection, the FDC should be down on the street also.
Yeah, right.
And they could just hook into it, and then
that
that would pump those
and
out.
that FDC will have a charge down here, right next to the fire hydrant, where they can charge it.
Okay. And lastly, in looking at the elevation here, and I'm assuming that what we see as a dotted line here is the existing topography.
Yeah.
So that retaining wall behind lots 28 and 29, if the front of the garage is at 237 feet and the existing topography behind the house is 249 feet, that's a 12-foot retaining wall there?
No, it'll be the ground, and that's why it's a split level up there. That's going to be a 7-foot retaining wall next to the sound wall.
Well, the sound wall would sit on top of it?
No, the sound wall is behind it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Either way, awful lot of concrete.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think the question of the setback on the back part, it is 5 feet, it's not 10 feet.
The 6 and 7 there in the back there is 7 foot 10 inches. You know, that's what it is.
Why are
well, anyway, I saw 5 feet 10 inches.
Why are the setbacks so small?
That's what was approved for the lots.
But for the lots, or for the buildings at the time?
For the buildings at the time, yeah.
But this isn't the building at the time, right?
The buildings that was approved back there were bigger than these.
There was never a plan for this with houses developed for it. We were at the meeting when we shot it down the last time. Me and Tony Bach, we fought against this thing
There was
2007.
There was a site approval for 4 lots in this thing.
It was a piece of paper with it
pieces.
hand drawn, and there were no measurements on it at all.
I don't know. I have in the files there the approval of 4 lots.
I don't have any doubt that there were 4 lots approved. My question is the...
And 4 buildings on them. Yeah. And some of them were huge.
No original plan. It was just a piece of sketched out.
So is there anything that shows...
We can bring those house plans in here to show you what he had proposed.
I mean, here's my concern with this is...
Before you go
I'm
any
sorry.
further,
Go ahead.
is any member, other members of the public, before we close it to the public? Yes.
I just want you guys to know, I never would have entered into this project if it didn't have the plans approved. But I do have a complete set of the plans and site and architectural that were signed off on it. The only reason I thought I was coming back in here was to go through site and architectural again because it expired. But as far as the lots being legal lots, I've done my due diligence. They are legal lots. And I have the complete sets of plans that were approved by the city on those lots. And
But
they're-
now you're coming
they're
in,
monstrous.
but now you're coming in for a line adjustment, so that changes the whole thing.
The only reason I'm coming in for a lot line adjustment, Pat, was to appease the public. If you want those big houses on there, I mean, that's what was approved on there, but I'm trying to tone them down to keep everybody happy. I don't think everybody's going to be happy on this no matter what happens there. But I'm trying to do
All
my
I'm
best with
saying
what
is
you got.
that this project does not fit in with the surrounding area.
Okay. Thank you.
That's it.
Anybody else from the public? Okay, do we have any letters or mail from the public?
Yeah. I received an email from Kathy Flores on 409 7th Street. She writes, I admittedly believe that the Valles Dubois proposed development adjacent to my house at 409 7th Street should not be approved. 4 homes is too many. There would be significant increased traffic as most homes have 2 cars at least. Additionally, the neighborhood is primarily single-family, single-story units, and proposed development is out of character with the setting. Kathy Flores.
Any other letters?
No.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Okay, I'm going to close it. Commissioners, your comments, if any. I mean, are you through saying what you have to say? What about you?
No.
Eric?
Nope, not yet. Hang on, let me get my thoughts down here so I
Okay.
don't forget any of them. First of all, the slope of the driveway to 12%, that seems incredible. Has the fire department reviewed this, and what are their thoughts on this?
12% is not a steep start.
Okay.
The standard in the county is, in other cities is 15% is the maximum, and then they will allow up to 20% for short durations.
Okay. And has the fire department looked upon this? Do they have any comments on this at all?
They've looked at it, and that was when we were talking about with what they talked about is they wanted a fire department connection up next to the 2 houses in the back, and that would be charged from the fire hydrant, and a fire department connection down on 7th Street. They do not anticipate to run a fire engine up there, that driveway.
Okay. The rear homes, I understand a split level, and I understand the whole concept of a split level. It's a 2-story home. I mean, I understand split level, but in the long run, a split level home is effectively half a 2-story and half a single story, halfway up. My biggest concern, my 2 biggest concerns about this are the density. And I wasn't here in 2005. This is just my opinion in current times. So how they apply is yet to be seen. But the density of this is far too great. I mean, I live in a home that is approximately, it's even larger than these in an R2 area on property that's about the same size, and we're squeezed. Aside from that, my concern is it's been said that these can't be seen from the street. I'm not worried about them being seen from the street. I'm worried about viewpoint into neighbors' yards, neighbors' homes, and their privacy. That's a huge concern. Has the attorney been consulted at all on this?
No.
Okay. It's been stated that there was an original set of plans approved for homes back in 2005?
6, I think.
2006, so 9 years ago, give or take. How long are those plans good for? Perpetuity, or?
The site and architectural is only good for a year if you don't perfect it or pull some type of permit to extend the approval.
Was that done on these properties?
No.
So does that make those approved plans null and void?
They would have to come back for approval again, yes.
So lot lines that were accepted back in 2006 of 5 feet, 7 feet, and whatnot does not need to apply when those get brought back for approval?
No. Once the Planning Commission approves a lot line adjustment, and if the applicant perfects those and records them, then they become legal lots.
So on the original set, did that happen?
Yes.
It did happen.
After the certificate of compliance created 4 lots, 2 of them were like 800 square feet, and then the 2 bigger lots there. Then he did a lot line adjustment and they approved it. Then he went through and then recorded the lot line adjustments with the Seminole County recorders. And then after that, then he did a record of survey and set the property corners.
So that tells me about the property. My question is about the setbacks.
The setbacks occurred when they submitted the plans for approval, which they had got approval there, and those were the setbacks that were imposed at that time.
From the city, not from the county recorder?
At the city, at the site design and review.
Right. I guess what I'm asking is whether he brings these plans to us with a lot line adjustment, or whether, like he says, he's going to come to us with the original plans as they were done back in 2006. Does the lot line adjustment apply, or does it not apply? As has been asked.
Yeah, the lot line adjustments are legal lots.
I'm sorry, the setbacks, excuse me, the setbacks.
The setbacks, because the lots were only 4,000 square feet, when they approved the thing, they granted the setbacks a variance to meet those houses at that time.
Got it. So the conditions of the property is that it is allowed to have the
reduced setbacks because of the size of it.
And that carries regardless of what building gets put on it?
Well, I think it establishes a precedent that those setbacks are basically grandfathered in, but each house is going to be a little bit different now. And that's why when Mr. Vallis came through, I just said, well, why don't you increase these rear front 2 to make them 10 foot so that there's a little bit better backyard rather than the 5 foot. It's not, you can't look at the lots as a conventional 7,000 square foot lot with the setbacks 20 in the front, 15 in the back, So
no,
they were granted as a variance lots,
I understand that. I guess I mean nothing. When was the last time a livable building was on this property on any portion?
Oh, gee, I don't know. That would go back to
well, he bought it in 2006.
Yeah.
And then he tore the original shack down. There was a big house on it. And they tore that down. But I have a problem too with this project. This guy over here in this house is going to back into this guy's yard. So both these cars, there's not enough room here to even turn the cars around.
For a boat?
For a boat or anything. It's just too much on one piece of property.
Okay, so,
well,
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm disappointed in previous planning.
We just turn it down.
My suggestion is that we refer this matter to the city attorney, and we continue this to the next meeting. That's what I move we do.
Well, if you didn't say that, I was going to say that.
Yeah.
We should have the attorney here.
I think we need to make a motion here, and the motion is, being that we're making a decision on this particular, based on what we're hearing from the public, based on what we're hearing from the applicant. I think this needs to go back to our attorney and to make, investigate into this and to get back to the city and get back to this commission to determine what exactly can we do, because I think we're open for a lawsuit here. And I think we should try to take every step possible on behalf of the public and on behalf of the applicant and this commission, that we have an attorney look into this and give us legal advice so that we can go forward with this. So I make a motion that we continue this item to the next meeting. Hopefully by the next time. Well, I'm recommending a motion. And to the next meeting, and that we have legal advice as soon as possible.
Can I modify that just a slight?
Yes, go ahead.
I would rather on this particular, because here's what it comes down to. I want to get it right, whether it be whichever way it goes.
Yes.
I want to make this, it doesn't seem like we're trying to make this seamless. I want to make this as seamless as possible, and I think the easiest way is to get advice from our attorney.
Yes.
I would go the step further and ask that the attorney be here to answer the questions as they may come up, not just have a letter, because we could be going on for months and going back and forth. And I don't think it's fair to the applicant to keep saying, well, we're going to continue because we have another question, now we have another question, we have another question. I think we need the attorney to be here to answer those questions.
And then also we should have the original set of plans that they're talking about brought here too, for we can look at them with the attorney.
Okay, does the staff understand the motion?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
I move that we continue this and ask the questions as was previously stated to our attorney, and request the city attorney is in attendance when this comes onto the agenda next.
Yeah. We hope by the next meeting that we can have somebody.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, that's that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You haven't voted on it yet.
Yeah, before we...
you haven't voted on it.
We have to go
You have to
through
vote
motion.
on it. There's a motion, a second. but you
Okay,
yeah.
roll call.
You know,
On the vote.
all three members present of the commission being present, the motion is stated.
Aye.
Aye.
Passed unanimously.
Okay.
2 members absent.
Okay. We got that. Okay, before we ask Ernest to come back, should we go to the next item and do that? Keep them, which is
The lot line
7.
adjustment will be continued.
Yeah.
I move that we continue it as well with
Okay.
the same stipulations as the previous motion.
Right, exactly. So let's okay, all in favor of that?
We need a second.
A second, okay, and the roll?
I said it.
You said, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's item, okay, make sure we understand this. This is on
6A.
6A, or 6B.
And 6B and 7D.
No, not 7D.
No, 7D is
No,
separate.
7D is the San Antonio project.
Oh, that's right.
He's like, whoa, wait a minute. What did I miss?
Okay. Okay, so this is something that Ernest has to be out for, 7D, right?
It is, but he'll have to come back when we get to it, then he'll have to walk away again.
He does, huh?
Yeah, because he has
We
to
can't-
come,
we
he
can't
has
do
to
that.
come in and recuse himself again anyway.
Okay. All right, let's have somebody ask Ernest come back in, please.
When he's done at a breaking point in this.
fill you in? Can we tell you what happened? No.
No.
Tell me what happened. It's an accident with conviction.
You got a urinate in it.
It's been continued there.
So what happened?
They continued the item until the next meeting and then asked for legal advice.
So where are we now? It's
6C.
Okay, consider site and design review for Jardines de San Juan restaurant. Applicant is Robert Winkler. The Board of Architectural, the Board of Historic Resources Board continued this item, so we'll have to continue it here since there's no information to bring up.
We need a motion to continue?
I move that we continue this in conjunction with the Historic Society's findings.
I'll second it.
Call for a vote.
All four council members present, the motion was made and second to continue this item to the next meeting.
Aye.
All those in favor? Opposed?
Okay, 6D is consider resolution 2015-XX recommending to City Council an ordinance regulating hillside development. Staff.
Yes,
What's on
Mr.
this?
Chair and members of the commission, the hillside regulations, I think it was continued from last year because there was some errors in the resolution as well as the text of the intent. We've corrected those. It goes through the intent and the purpose and then the applicability and then the interpretation and the definitions. And I think in their section 11-08, 600, the design review, I think that's the crux of the matter is your articles of design review is where you will take all development after the hillside ordinance becomes legal, and there you will designate later on the staff will bring you a hillside overlay district, and then each development that occurs in that hillside overlay district, you will make it applicable to the 10 different items that are contained in that 600 design review. And that is that where they'll have to submit a pre-application to go through all the constraints and then make a formal application, locate the structure in relationship to the balance and the grade, adequate landscaping, natural color selection. Application will prepare a map that would be on 24 by 36. The applicant shall submit 3 full-size copies of the plans, and the applicant shall accompany the geotechnical report and all the necessary. And once the plans have been accepted and complete, then the Planning Commission can then render their decision for it. So that's kind of the sequence of how an application would take place in the hillside overlay district.
Yeah, I've got a couple of comments to start off. We have a resolution, and I have no problem with the resolution. Well, I got some questions on the resolution, but one of the things we had here was to support. This ordinance was picked up as basically the county's ordinance and modified for us, so we're talking the same language when we talk with these guys. The resolution might add to support and encourage support of the San Benito County planning regulations to the same end. I'm trying to look at something that would beef up the resolution, but that would be one of the other things we want to do is to, why are we doing this? And it's to get that support. That's a thought. Then I went over to the next one, and 1, 2, 3, 4, the fourth whereas. We don't mention the hillside regulations for the protection and preservation of natural resources and areas and regulating development areas to protect the environment. You might put the visual background also as something to protect, because we speak about it later, but here we're in the resolution. Then on page 3, 1106-400 interpretation, capitalized director for planning director. And that's just a minor thing. Number 7 on page 4, a grading concept that results in, probably an S would be appropriate there. Yeah, results in earth form.
Number 7?
Yeah. And then on number 21, ground surface, and there's T space A.
Yeah. Across?
Yeah, go on 21, and it's after ground surface, space T, space A, space designated form. So what would that be?
Modification of existing ground surface to a design form? Nope.
And that should be "and design form by excavation, fill, or constructing operation, or construction operation."
But what's that word after surface?
And design form.
Oh, okay, so
Existing
take
ground
out T and A.
surface. Yeah.
Okay. T and A has a different meaning in Monterey County.
The modification of ground surface and design form by excavation, fill, or construction operation.
Oh, construction. What is it? C-C-T-I-O-N. Okay. Got that one. On page 5, number 32, we have another one. An improvement,
Alteration.
Alteration. How about that R in there?
Now that should be it out.
Okay, we'll take that one out.
Route alteration to the exterior and interior of a building that requires a building permit.
Then number 33 on ridgeline, the second line, off referred to.
Hang on real quick, going back to that last one. Is that supposed to be improvement or alteration?
For alteration to the exterior or interior of a building that requires.
Is that R supposed to be an or, maybe?
For, yeah.
Or,
Okay.
and then alternation is alteration?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then the second line of 33, oft referred to as the crest of the hill, is that often?
Often referred to as the.
Okay.
And I don't understand that these were all corrected on my thing, but then this came in and it's not corrected. I can't
Is it a
understand.
PDF file?
Yeah.
Is it? You probably
No, it's
your
a
translation of PDF didn't
It's
get-
a word. It's a word.
Oh, was
But
it? Did you
I had all
transfer?
this. I had all that corrected.
Yeah.
And but yet this one here, this addition, is uncorrected. Yeah.
On 35, we have those numbers at the end, 1:1/2:1. How is that read?
1.5 to 1. Yeah. It's
1.5.
1.5 to 1 is the slope. Yeah.
Okay.
Should that should be
period.
So the first column
one should be
a dash.
a dash.
Yeah.
1-1 hash 2
1-1.5
to 1
to 2 to 2
to 1.
to 1.
To one, yeah.
Yikes! This looks like I typed it.
2.5, and which okay.
But it's been corrected, so.
Yeah, no, I'm sure. Yeah.
Anyway, going back to Article 6 here, 1108-600 design review. 3, 4, 5, and 6 should not have numbers. They should be inset because you have. I'll show the following, and you want to put a colon after following, and then inset 3, 4, 5, and 6 as being what the plan will show. And that would make 7, 8, 9, 10, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then on 1108-700, violation and enforcement, it shall be unlawful to construct or remodel any building located within a hillside overlay district, and I would add without city approval.
Correcting that.
Yep. Yep.
Correct.
Boy, and I actually skimmed over this and missed most of that. It makes me want to skim over it again.
No, I think, like I said, it's all on the computer. It's just whatever happened here. Probably using what, Windows 10. It's a pain. Okay, any other comments? Does the public have any comments regarding the hillside ordinance over here? Ms. Vonk?
Thank you, members of the commission. I guess I'm a little bit confused by the ordinance. There are a lot of definitions, but definitions are not regulations. And I'm trying to figure out what are the regulations that apply to somebody who's in an overlay zone. First of all, have you designated where the overlay zone is?
Well, this is step one. We've got the regulations, but I've seen the map. They're working on a map to
Okay,
pick up.
so they're working on a map.
Right, that will be part of this.
But then what are the regulations?
Design
review.
Well, first of all, you've got those engineering studies to make sure that whatever you do on that hillside is going to stay. Because as the slope increases, the chance of sliding down a hill. And even at that, even with the engineering review, when I lived in Big Sur, we had a house that had been approved by structural engineers, and it was going down the hill. So it is a tight situation.
Okay, is that in here?
Let's see.
In the design review, the pre-application will identify all of the visual impacts, wildlife habitat, vegetation, fire hazard, seismic hazard, and geotechnical conditions.
I know, but what is the planning commission? What standards are they going to use to determine whether somebody is meeting, the
bottom line
regulations? Or what are the regulations that they have to meet? Other than the fact that they need to get an engineering report.
Well, most of that is in there.
It's over a 20% slope.
See,
because there are tons of definitions, but that's not regulation.
Well, they are once they're in this. This is an ordinance. This is not a policy.
I know, but the definitions are not repeated in the regulation part. And
the whole ordinance is the.
It doesn't say anything, in my opinion.
Well,
other than the fact that if you're over 20%, if you have a slope that's over 20%, you're saying that they need to get an engineering report and they're subject to design review.
What are your suggestions?
Well, I think there need to be regulations that the planning commission would be applying, like, visual impact. I'm very concerned that there's nothing in here banning ridgeline development, because I know there are a lot of other cities that totally flat out ban somebody putting a house on top of a ridge. That's not in here. It just seems really wishy-washy. Basically it just says design review. That's my concern. You've got tons of wonderful definitions, but that doesn't mean anything.
But as part of the design, maybe design review is the wrong word, development review, because we're not just looking at what the house looks like. We're going to look at it to see if it should be on the hillside. What's the chances coming down? What's its wildfire thing? We're talking about view shed. And each one's going to have to be done independently, because depends on where you are and what you can see.
So visual impact, that's in there. But
and that's a significant part. I think in any event you would have, without this, and the engineering report could say, yeah, the house isn't going to fall off the cliff, and it could stay there.
Right.
We're saying maybe that house shouldn't be at that location for these reasons.
Visual impact.
Visual impact would be the number one. Like I said, I was from the peninsula, and that was,
Yeah.
you notice when you come into Monterey, coming on Highway 1, you don't see anything sticking above the ridge.
Right,
And that's not by accident.
right. And
That was by design.
That's because it bans ridgeline development. This does not. And I think I mentioned at one of the earlier meetings, I think it's Hayward. You know, that's a very urban area, and they allow no ridgeline development. And you can look up and see pristine mountains in the background. So, I don't know. I would like to see, I would hope that at least you would ban ridgeline development as part of these regulations.
I think a very good point.
Anyway, that's my comment for now.
Thank you. I have to concur with the speaker. If that's what we want to do. We imply it all over the place.
But it's
I
not
think-
so well.
So you're saying that, well, like she says, that we will not do this. I lost my thought.
Any other comments
been
from
a
the
long
public?
It's not that late, Dave. Come on.
Yeah. We will not build this, or we will not allow this unless these requirements are met. So is that what we're saying here? Is that what would need to regulate this?
Well, when you build on side hills, you have to have it engineered by an engineer, for one thing.
I think what the speaker is trying to ask is that this is our intention, which comes before everything here. And the intentions here are, where are we? Way in the front. The intent.
Page 2, top.
Okay, so maybe that part of the intention that we have needs to be more what we want exactly to regulate.
A framework for appropriate development standards and requirements in hillside areas. And the regulations are intended to achieve
Okay.
design standards that will foster and encourage sustainable development and preserve the natural environment consistent with our guidelines.
Yeah, what are the standards? Achieve design standards, and what are they? Is that the ones we have in our ordinances, or what? I mean, are we referring to what? I think that's what the speaker is trying to get us to understand. So I think the intent has to be further explained to us what we're trying to say for the city of San Juan Bautista when it comes to regulating our hillside ordinance. Is it no buildings on the hillside unless certain conditions are met?
Well, it should be a certain slope.
Right.
Well, that's included
Is
with-
there a plot of land, whatever, right?
Am I correct, Roger? Most of them, when you build on a hillside, you have a lot, you have to have a core drilled, make sure the soil is going to meet, and you're not in a slide zone. So all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so either we're referring to our codes, our ordinances, whatever we got for the city, or what is our intent in so many words, and then that is to be defined. And how we regulate that. I'm thinking that's where we need to go.
Yeah, we need some kind of code.
Yeah. If you use the word standard, what is the standard?
Yep.
Is it a state standard? Is it a code?
So this needs to be refined yet
And
more.
if we don't have it, then we have to establish it.
We have to establish it first.
Yeah, is it, yeah. Yeah.
Are you going to allow somebody to put a house on a slope that's greater than 20%? I know some cities don't allow
Right.
houses on slopes that are over 30%. So this says that if the slope is greater than 20%, then you need to submit the engineering report, your energy design review. So are you going to allow houses on the slope that This
Yeah.
implies that you can put a house
Yeah.
on a slope that's steeper than 20%, as long as the planning commission approves the design.
Well, like I said, engineering, they can make things happen. I mean, you can build a house almost on a wall.
Do we have codes for a hillside building, Roger?
No.
None. So that's what they have to establish.
Okay.
I do want to see you check out something.
No, but you brought up a good point.
No, but we need to get it right.
Yeah, you brought up a good point, you know. And I think that probably should do some more homework on this.
Yeah. Agreed.
Right now, somebody comes in there, then they slope, what do you call it? Slope density formula comes up with a number. On certain lots, the bigger, the steeper the lot, the more land you're going to have to hold it. That's one. I know that's one of the things that goes in there.
A good example of that, when they had the big rains, when we had a lot of rain, there was a piece of property out on School Road, Anzar Road, that was built on a hillside. And the whole mountain slid down with a house on it. So you got flood areas.
The house and
you got-
foundation rode
you
it all the
got,
way to the bottom, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The whole piece of property just slid down the mountain. So
That would require a lot line
that
adjustment.
would be part of that.
We would not allow any house to slip.
And you would look at the engineer that approved it.
He's probably working at McDonald's now. That's pretty significant. I mean, the guy who did the big bridge in Washington that fell down, I understand he had some real problems in his later career.
So what happened on this project, they ended up suing the real estate people because they didn't disclose it was a slide zone.
Slide zone, yeah. Again, that's when something comes up, we'd be going through all of these different things.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe we need to have that. What's the end product? We want good-looking houses on the slopes and nothing on the ridge. Maybe we should just say that.
What's a good-looking house?
Well,
Whatever the design review program comes up with, the commission says, hey, this looks good in the mountainside, fine. Doesn't look good, back to the drawing board. Bottom line is, the commission, to the power of the council, has said, make these houses look good.
Yeah.
And so if it doesn't look good on the mountainside, the colors are wrong, back to the drawing board. But it's got to be able to stay there.
And we would allow it above a certain height.
Yeah, so far below the ridge line would be the way to go. I think we'd have to check with Monterey and Monterey County. I know they've got ordinances related to this.
okay, so
Maybe we need to continue this for some more work on it.
so the motion is?
Chair entertains a motion to continue. Allow us to work with staff and get some,
I make a motion that we continue this based on the recommendations by the public and speaker that we need to look into this further and come up with perhaps some regulations that speaks for the city of San Juan Bautista when it comes to hillside regulations and ordinances.
okay. Staff,
Anything else?
is that good direction?
Yeah.
Second?
You have a second?
Okay. Now, I just want to make sure before we voted that that was adequate
Yeah,
information
no.
for you to work with. Okay, call for the vote.
All four members present, the motion is made and second, passed unanimously to continue this item and to come back with more details and more criteria for review and approval.
We say aye?
Aye.
Aye.
He seconded it.
Do you want that to go to December or January?
Yeah, it'd probably be January, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to make sure you have adequate time because holidays are rough. Okay, 7, action items. Consider amendments to the municipal code 1102-050 Permitted and conditional uses by zoning district matrix. Worked a long time on this matrix and have staff tell us about it.
All right, so we reviewed the current use matrix, and we made some amendments to it. And last time it was brought to commission, I was asked to make some changes, and the changes have been made. Now it's here for, I guess, approval.
Okay.
I had a couple of
You got
questions.
comments? Sure.
Yeah. Let's see, page number 3, about halfway down. Assembly use / public assembly is conditional everywhere but a mixed use, and I'm trying to figure out why we would have a mixed use be a permitted but it not in either commercial or resident, and should that be also a conditional? Or should the other ones be permitted?
Which one was that?
Page 3, about halfway down, assembly use / public assembly. And it looks like everything is conditional with the exception of mixed use is shown as permitted. And I'm trying to wrap my head around why we would have had that one be permitted in mixed use but not permitted in commercial or in residential.
The others are conditional.
Yeah, everything else is conditional.
So that mean you could have a public assembly? That probably should be conditional.
Yeah, I mean, it just means you have a public assembly at,
Because if somebody wanted to put
pick a place, the laundromat.
If somebody wanted to put a church in there, you'd probably want to know more about parking and stuff.
Yep.
Well, because there's residents there too as well. And,
Above, yeah.
so it's still conditional?
I would say that the...
You know, maybe we don't have any place big enough for public assembly in that district.
Well, regardless of whether we do or don't, we don't know what the future holds. And one part of the reason why we were expanding this was to expand into the portions of it where the what if factor. So if 20 years from now, a mixed use place expands and it's not appropriate, but it's permitted, then you have to go back through the whole thing. And it would just seem to me that now's the time to change it.
I'd leave it out myself.
Leave it out of mixed use altogether?
Yeah.
Then should we also then have it out altogether in residential or commercial? I'm trying to determine why a mixed use, which is residential and commercial, would be completely out, but then it would be conditional in either residence or in commercial.
Places of worship or public assembly uses, or assembly use.
Right.
And I think I'd put one in a mixed-use district anyway.
So if you're going to change that to a conditional, you would think everything needs to be conditional.
Well, I would take it out of mixed use myself.
Period.
And my question is just why, again, our current mixed use may not apply to it, but we don't know what that future holds. And again, that was part of the whole main purpose of the exercise, was to try to get us more modern, and we don't know where a mixed use area may or may not crop up. Well, we can pull it out, that's fine.
Well, I'm thinking about the guys upstairs.
Yeah.
I don't think it's appropriate myself.
And my only comment to that would be then we should also pull it out of an R3 or possibly an R2. Because an R3 is going to be condos.
But that's completely residential.
Right.
Versus business as well. Because you have business, you can congregate there, people go there.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have, not just a place.
And I'm not trying to be argumentative, but it seems
No, I
like
know, but
if we're going to pull it out of
we're
pulling it out of mixed use because we're worried about the residents, you're worried about the residents around you,
but
then
also,
R2 and R3 should be...
What are your rights to assemble?
Exactly.
Which is maybe even constitutional.
No, because there's other places you can do this.
It could be unconstitutional to say, hey, you can't assemble there.
That would be a very good question.
As long as you got a place that people can assemble, you don't have an issue. But you can say where they can and can't.
Okay, so point taken.
So we got, I think we're covered there. But I still think that, I don't know, that's my
It's
opinion.
either take it out or put it as conditional.
Conditional at least gives you the conditions to be
Yeah.
able to allow it, but only under certain conditions.
And being that all the other residentials are conditional, this should be there. It should be there as well. I agree. So if you do
We
take
either
it
need to
out,
modify one
if
or
you take it
modify
out, you
the
might as well
rest.
take out yes.
Right. So I mean, if you put the conditions on it, then you can leave the conditions.
Yeah.
Volume, whatever it may be, so that you take care of any residential concerns.
So what are
within
we
this
going to
case.
have then?
I would say you change the permitted just to a conditional, and that would satisfy because you could put the conditions to deal with
Or
any-
deny it altogether?
Right.
Yes.
Okay, I'll concur. I'll go with it.
And permitted means that actually you can do it, just get a permit.
Right. Page.
Yeah, when you
4
ask, you don't, it's not a guarantee you're going to get it.
Right.
It's asking.
Page 4, about a third of the way down, commercial, recreational, and entertainment is, that whole line needs to be either eliminated or we need to fill portions of it in, because there's nothing in it.
Point to it.
Right here, page 4.
Yeah, there's nothing in there.
There's nothing in,
There's no.
Neither one of them, yeah.
Oh, yeah, and the one I read
Oh,
above
that's
it,
right,
thank you.
commercial filming. Well, you were going to check on the council. Who's got the final say on that?
Oh.
If they want to come up and do a slasher film in the town.
Again.
Okay. Yeah, that was, I know we were holding on that one, so it's, somebody's got to say, there's got to be a permit issue to do this because they're going to want to close streets, close access, knock out parking, which we're not opposed to. We want to know when it's going to come and when it's going to happen. So we have the upper hand, not to find out you're driving to work and all of a sudden have the streets closed down. In Pacific Grove, I mean, they took the whole downtown when they did one of the movies down there, and like I said, you know, they changed the names on the buildings. My daughter's trying to cross the street, they wouldn't let her. Try and stop me, and she went right through it. So yeah, so they got to have, somebody's got to be in charge, and it's got to be the city. So who, right now, Roger, if somebody came in and said, I want to do a movie, what would you hit them with?
No, we don't have permits, do we?
Special event permit,
Yeah,
I
we
would
have
think.
special permits for it.
We do have permits for that?
Oh,
Oh, okay.
I would think it'd be like a special event, like for a parade or something
No,
like
but who
that.
issues that one? Council or you?
I believe it goes to council.
Council.
Okay, so then it isn't in the purview of the planning commission to deal with filming.
So commercial filming, pull it out altogether?
So let's take that out altogether because we don't have anything to say with it. It's above our pay grade. 10%. 10% increase.
I take another page. And
Okay.
then commercial, recreation, and entertainment?
What's commercial recreation? Oh, slot machines, theaters, movie theaters. What's commercial? Oh, what's commercial recreation? Is that Great America, Waterworld, or?
You mean like a carnival?
A carnival? I mean, that would be,
Traveling minstrel show?
that is for,
Chautauqua?
Evil Knievel? I mean, I don't know.
he's not doing so well. So, yeah, commercial, recreation, and entertainment. Yeah, I mean, that would be a fair of sorts, or
It could be a drag race.
right.
It could be a stock car racing or whatever.
Right.
Okay. Where would you want to allow it?
So I would say that you're going to want in park or public facility. Conditional, completely conditional.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think you want it in residential. I don't think you want it in commercial.
Industrial.
I don't think you want it.
How about
I
industrial?
mean, industrial, you could.
It
I mean,
could
we're
be a
trying
one-
to keep industry, but I mean, if this is a temporary.
I think it would be okay because some places like to, some companies like to have a little carnival for their employees or something.
Yeah, I mean, industrial.
Yeah.
I don't have too big a problem with
No, I
industrial.
don't think so.
Did one of them Bailey
In their
came by?
parking lot or something like that.
Barnum and Bailey came by, wanted to set up a shop.
Right.
I would, if they want to go on the industrial or even the agricultural, because it's a
Yeah.
limited time.
Yeah.
And if they ask and the agriculture is not available or it's not a good location, you have to deny it.
Okay, so agriculture as well?
Yeah,
Conditional?
Yeah.
Okay.
because he has some of that marginal land, get a few bucks off it. Okay.
And then going down to, on the same page, feed store. So we have feed store right now as being permitted with a site plan review in parks. Huh.
That
I
was
mean,
probably supposed to be an industrial.
Sorry?
That was probably supposed to be an industrial.
Oh, is that supposed to be an industrial?
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry about that.
Seemed like an odd place
So
to
it's
have a
supposed to
feed
be
store.
agricultural and industrial, right?
And industrial.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then, hang on, I had more. Thought I had more. Make sure I have
Don't feel bad.
more. Sorry. I think that's all I had.
Okay. Does the public have any comments on this? We've gone through it several times. Ms. Vaughn?
Feed store, why isn't it commercial?
As opposed to a pet food store.
Might carry more bulk product, and it won't accommodate, or the commercial zone might not accommodate the potential for the feed store.
The brewery, it's big enough for a feed store. It used to be a feed store.
Which one was that?
The brewery.
We don't want it to
The
be
brewery
a
was a feed store?
I want to
So
say,
that, so was the building that burned down, that was a feed store. And hardware.
okay.
So you don't want to put it in commercial?
It's a good
We
question.
went back and forth on this one.
Yeah.
And I don't, personally, I don't have too big an issue with it being in a commercial area. But, I mean, it would have to be conditional in commercial just because of how much intention of business that they're looking to get to.
Yeah.
Or what types of things they're looking to
Yeah, I think
sell to the public.
I don't think we should leave out commercial.
Okay, make it a
Conditional.
Conditional, right, because they sell chicks and they sell
Yeah,
bunnies
yeah.
and other odds and ends. I used to go to Seaside had a what do you call it, a feed store. I used to get my rabbit food there. But I mean, it was a bona fide. They sold hay and everything else. And I was in the city.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else?
That's all I came up with. Pat, what'd you come up with?
Not a thing.
Not a thing.
David, you got any comments?
No.
Okay, that being said, we have a resolution, a draft resolution,
Yes.
and the staff would entertain, or Chair entertains a motion for action. Be Resolution 2015 XX.
I'll make a motion that we approve a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of San Juan Bautista recommending to the City Council amendment to the San Juan Bautista Municipal Code, Chapter 11-02-050, permitted and conditional uses by zoning district use matrix.
Is there a second on the motion?
Second it.
Yeah.
We have a motion and a second. Staff, call for vote.
Call for a vote.
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Unanimous.
All four members of the commission being present, and the motion was stated by the maker, passed unanimously with one member absent.
Right.
Okay,
Yep.
So this would be.
that's a long, we've spent a long time on that one. Okay, consider Resolution 2015 XX again for monument project design approval, the Alameda and Island Drive. And this is sponsored by the San Juan Committee. Staff, you want to post this on this?
34.
It's a continued item.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, at the last meeting, was presented the location and the design by the San Juan Committee, but there was not a resolution in the packet to approve it and everything. We prepared the resolution for consideration, and if you still agree with it, it would be a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of San Juan Bautista approving the design concept and the location of the monument sign at the corner of Nyland Drive with the Alameda.
Okay, the public have any comments for or against? No comments? State commissioners?
I'm good with it.
We're just waiting for this resolution.
I'm seeing, what I'm looking here is approving the design concept and location. That's all we're doing here.
Yes.
The idea and the location. That's what.
Not the actual monument itself.
We haven't seen the actual
Working drawings. Yeah.
working drawings, if there's any electrical, plumbing, whatever. So that's what we're voting on here.
This is just concept of idea and the general location.
And I'm in favor of that.
That's a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of San Juan Bautista approving the design concept and location of the monument sign at the corner of Nyland Drive with the Alameda, within the Alameda.
And the Alameda.
And the Alameda. We're not recommending this to the City Council?
No.
No, it's
We don't have to? Okay. Okay.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. Call for the vote.
Okay, all four members of the commission being present, the motion as stated by the makers passed
Aye.
Aye.
unanimously
Yes.
with one member absent.
That was good. Mr. Ponce.
That would be resolution 215-35.
Okay.
Thank you.
You got that? Dash 25?
35.
Dash 35.
35, okay. So you now have the authority to go and do your working drawings and figure your concrete needs and whatever.
Very good. I've talked to a few, not developers, but contractors, so we're on our way.
You're in process. Okay.
Thank you.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Okay, the next one we have consider J.J. Berger's exterior fence color.
Okay, and the motion, the recommendation by the historical was to allow the color. However, the end post should be cut down to make it match the other posts, and that was the recommendation from the HR.
Right.
You need a resolution for that one?
No,
Okay, just an action.
just a recommendation.
Okay. Let's take a vote on, does anybody in the public have any comment on this? Okay, we'll take a vote on it. The chair entertains a motion for action on J.J. Berger fence.
On the J.J. Berger fence.
Yeah, I move that we accept the color as is given.
Accept the motion of the recommendation of the historical.
Accept the motion that was given by the Historical Resources Board. Thank you. With regarding color and cutting down of the post.
Right. And open to any changes that may further enhance the appearance of that fence.
With all of those same stipulations.
Inviting the applicant to come forward with any other ideas that they want to have us help with.
So moved.
Yeah, but anyway, yeah, I'll second it.
So we have a second call for the vote.
Okay, and all four members being present, the commission present, and the motion stated by the maker passed
Aye.
unanimously.
Okay, the next is D, the considered site and design review for Lot 3 and remainder parcel of 69 San Antonio Street. Applicant is Craig Clower. Once again, the state of California has deemed that anybody living within 300 feet has a conflict of interest and
Remove yourself from the premises.
Vice Chair.
Okay, so staff, your report, please.
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the commission, as you recall, the minor subdivision was approved by the Planning Commission June the 2nd, 2015, with 28 conditions. Condition 27 required that the applicant come back and receive site and design approval for all lots. The The applicant came forward and submitted lots 1, 2, and 4 at a previous meeting and was conditioned for approval. And now the applicant has stepped forward and has got lots 3 and the remainder, which was recently certified as a certificate of compliance at your last meeting, for building site approval. We've analyzed the site plan, setbacks, building coverage, and the exterior elevations, the roof pitch, roof materials, as well as the color that he has proposed. And we've looked at the front yards with the drip irrigation, drought tolerance plants, and minimizing the turf area, and it conforms to those criteria that the commission has established.
With Exhibit A with conditions of approval.
Yeah, they should be there. Oh, did they? Yeah, right.
28 conditions.
Yeah.
And mitigation measures.
So,
yeah, the color palette is on sheet, the third sheet of the elevations. And it's the body and the trim. Be tile roofs.
Oh,
question of clarification. So oh, sorry, go ahead.
And staff, is that it? Report?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. Any questions from commission?
Yes, sorry about that.
Okay.
Sorry for
That's
being
all
out of line, sir.
That's right. I won't leave you out.
And maybe I lost somewhere. The remainder lot is supposed to be at arm's
length, yes. Yeah.
Arm's length.
Yes, yeah.
I'm looking at a site plan with a home on it for the remainder lot.
Yeah. You can put a building on it, but Mr. Clower cannot build it or own. He can build it, but he can't own it. So he has to sell it, and then he can build it for the new owner. It has to be arm's length away, arm distance away, where he cannot take priority of that lot. So he has to sell it to somebody. He went through the certificate of compliance to make it legal.
To be able
Now
to
that he
sell
can
it.
sell it.
Okay, I understand all that. My question is, I'm looking at a remainder lot that has a home on it from Mr. Clower. And maybe I just don't understand the process here, but I understand he was given a certificate to be able to sell it.
He's given a certificate and he's facilitating the building plan for the new owner. Yeah,
He's representing the owner.
the owner, yes.
That's not arm's length. Or I guess maybe I just don't understand it again. That's not arm's length in my view. So
It's arm's length is that once he gets the approval, this is the planning, and it has nothing to do with the issuance of a building permit or anything. This is the planning aspect of it to get it approved through the planning commission.
Okay.
Once that's there, before a building permit is been issued, he cannot own it. See, and that's the legal interpretation is that
Oh, the
when a
remainder
building
lot.
permit is issued, then that validates that the new owner will be issued that permit, not Mr. Clower.
okay.
The person that buys that lot will be the one building.
They're gonna
He could
provide
build that house
permits.
for him.
Yes.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And
He can
he's
build
providing
that
a
for
building.
him.
He can build it for him, but he can't own it.
He has to be
He
armed.
could be the contractor on
It
it.
has to be owned by somebody else before
I
they
guess
can
I
build
didn't
it.
understand.
But he can build it,
Right.
as long as
Right.
it's owned by somebody else.
See, what he's gonna do, he's gonna sell that lot,
Yeah.
and then this guy's gonna hire him to be the contractor to build the house.
And that's what the plans are for.
That's what the plan is for.
Got it. That makes me uneasy. But it just, and maybe it's just the way this whole project has gone. When I hear arm's length and no association, I would have presumed the lot had to be sold to somebody and built through completely away from someone else.
Yeah.
This is just my interpretation. This might just be my naivete toward the subject, but
I think
he's going to make profit on the property, which I don't have so much of a problem with, and then he's going to make profit on the building of it, and that to me is not arm's length.
Yeah. But I think the technicality that you're missing is it's the violation of the Subdivision Map Act. And the Subdivision Map Act says for sale, lease. And now he cannot own it, build it, and sell it because it would be in violation of the Subdivision Map Act.
He can do 2 of those, but he can't do all 3.
Exactly.
Right.
Gotcha.
And it's within arm's length.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Got it. So then my other question is this then the proposed, is there a buyer for the property?
I believe, yeah, Mr. Clower can step forward and everything. I think
Maybe that'll clear up all of my questions here. Okay.
Let you struggle through that.
Thanks, man. You're awesome. Good job.
Lot 3 is sold with condition of approval of the house, and my buyer is here tonight. The remainder lot is sold with that house to another buyer. So I will be selling the lot with that approved house to go with it.
And then they
can hire whoever they want to
hire whomever they want. It would be of everybody's best interest for them to hire you. Okay, that's the technicality I didn't quite get.
And furthermore is he can facilitate everything, but when the building permit is issued, he cannot even take the building permit out. It has to be taken out by somebody else. Then he can contract with them to build it, but he cannot be part of that.
So he's pulling permits for lots 1 through 4.
No,
1 through 4.
1 through 4.
Yes.
Right.
The new owner is.
The remainder lot.
He cannot pull the building.
Somebody else, the owner itself or whomever they choose to build it has to pull it themselves. And
exactly.
Wow, that is okay.
It works.
Mm-hmm.
I understand.
Okay.
That's good.
Yeah. Any more questions?
You already know my feelings in this whole thing. I've already been.
So, did you like the site and architecture and color scheme?
Oh no, that's
All right,
great. Yeah, I
thank
have no problem with that.
Again, this is a 3-car garage, as well as the other one.
Okay. All right. So, any more questions from the commission?
None for me.
How about the public?
Good evening, John Farrar, 507 7th Street. Live right next door to the project. It's going well. Mr. Clower. This whole, I'll call it a scam, and nothing against Mr. Clower, but it's against the city manager and this board for approving this as a minor subdivision of only 4 parcels and a remainder parcel. And you see the confusion that's occurring even now. I mentioned once before that the whole point of CEQA was to assure the community or the public that everything was above board on this project or on any project. And I'm sure it is.
Mm-hmm.
However, I don't feel it is because, wait a second, it's got to be at arm's length. He can buy it, he can sell it, he can do this, but he can't do that. That's a bunch of baloney. The whole point of what this board was supposed to do was to look at the project in total. In total, it's 5 parcels, 5 houses, which I am completely for. I'm happy with the project. But boy, if you ever do this again, without following the rules of CEQA, when a parcel is divided into 5 parcels, I don't care about a remainder parcel unless it's for a well or maybe for your grandmother's graveyard. But if it's for another house, just like the other 4 houses on the parcel, it's a major subdivision. Thank you.
John, that's the way the subdivision map. I know, but that's the way the subdivision map act reads.
It reads that because it allows a technicality.
Yes.
This panel does not have to go along with that technicality. Just like you're not going along with Mr. Baez, who may have 4 parcels or not, or 4 houses or not. The board has the right to make that decision. The board had the right here to make the decision that no, This is a major subdivision. That remainder parcel is counted as a project, part of the project in total, and it's 5 parcels, not 4. But I like the project. And I know I conflicted here, I like it and all that stuff, but I just think that this whole thing was a boondoggle. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other?
And just to give you some background, Subdivision Map Act has been around for a long time. This provision has been with the Subdivision Map Act.
I looked it up, and they do this other places, so
Yeah.
we're not breaking any violation.
Yeah.
Cara Vonk, San Juan Bautista. Speaking of CEQA being circumvented and this being a boondoggle, I have mentioned before, there was a residence on the property that was listed in our historic resource survey, and it was allowed to be demolished without going through the proper CEQA channels, which really upsets me. We should have had a report done. We would have known the history of the building and at least have had some kind of documentation on it. And I thought the last house was supposed to have some kind of historic reference. This just looks like a regular old subdivision house, and I don't know why you're approving 3-car garage. You know, that's a lot of concrete in the front yard. Thank you.
Did you, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Did you ever go look at that house and go inside it?
Yes, I went and looked at it.
You think that house was savable?
I don't know if it was savable because I'm not an expert, but...
Well, I am, and it wasn't.
Well, maybe you're the expert, but at the minimum that should have been done was a report done on the history of that house. It should have been documented with Habs, photographs, you know, a whole report should have been done on it so that at least we would have had the history on
Nobody's
that house.
ever famous to lived in it, so why would you want to do it?
Then you have a very misconception of what the Secretary of the Interior standards look at.
I don't care what the Secretary of Interior says.
Well, that's what CEQA looks at, so I'm sorry.
Okay, so any members of the public? Close the public. Commissioners, your comments? Concerns? Any more questions?
The other,
I have no question.
You have no more, you don't have
couple
questions?
concerns and a couple of comments. I had specifically made, and I know Vanda had also made mention that we would have liked one of the properties to be in a little bit more of a steep gable style. And I'm extremely disappointed that nothing in any one of these 5 have that.
Yeah, that condition was removed, you know, so it wasn't part of the conditions of approval.
Yeah.
Well, this roof here is pretty steep. It's 6 and 12. That rises quite a way up.
What I had tried to convey and what Vanda had tried to convey was that we thought having architecture that in any way to mimic the old home that was on there I'll use the same term I used last time, you can go back to the tape and look at it, out of respect for the home that was torn down. And none of these have that at all. This looks extremely similar, it's not exact, this looks extremely similar to the other 3 that were approved and the one that's on the remainder. And that's just disappointing. If it's not in the conditions, then that was a mistake that I made. One of many. I'll go on record as saying I am completely disappointed in myself on how this remainder thing turned out. That's all I have to say.
Okay, I guess I can say something too, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm in favor of with the remainder lot. I don't have any issues with that. I feel comfortable that it's going to work. Yes, maybe I have some concerns about how things were handled technically and what have you. But nonetheless, we have to move forward and turn the page. So I'm in agreement with the resolution to approve this. So
Okay.
I can't make the motion.
I can just make one more comment
Yeah,
too.
go ahead.
And I will chalk this up to my not asking enough questions to begin with. But my understanding of at arm's length means the property gets sold and the contractor does not have anything else to do with that property after it's done. It was explained that he could not sell, build, and what was the third one?
Lease.
Lease. Or lease. But I'll be very honest, had I known that he could sell the property but then become the contractor for it, I probably wouldn't have approved it. Not without other things being done. So I just want to go that I'm disappointed in myself that I did not know enough to ask those questions. This has literally kept me up at night thinking about this remainder property, whether it's legal or not. It may be on the very technicalities of being legal. It's just not right. And that's my 2 cents.
Well,
Okay.
Well, in the vein, it's not might be right. It is quite prevalent and it's being used all over California.
It may follow the term I used last time was it may follow the intent of the law. It does not follow the spirit of it in any way, shape, or form. And I'm really upset about this. There's not a whole lot we can do about it now, and it might be legal and everything might be kosher, and that's fine. But it doesn't.
Even major lots, major subdivisions of 50 lots, they'll leave a remainder out. That's so that they get that extra lot and they don't have to pay for it.
You're right,
Yeah.
but the difference being with 50 lots, it would have had to have gone through CEQA and gone through certain things. This was intentionally done to circumvent having to go through CEQA, and in a legal technicality way.
Yeah, but you're missing the point. If a 50-lot subdivision came in, it's really a 51 if it has a remainder.
Okay.
And the CEQA only addresses 50 lots that is
Okay.
approved. Yeah, I'm talking about the semantics.
I'm not
yeah.
disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that I'm disappointed that there weren't other steps that I pushed to try to get or more information that I would have asked. And I blame it on myself for not educating myself more to ask the proper questions. I, as a planning commissioner, would have asked different questions and probably would have asked for different stipulations to happen. And I will blame that on my newness to this whole thing. That was what, month one or two that I was here. I'll take it, but I'll absolutely own the fact that, in my opinion, I made mistakes in how I did this. It's all legal, and that's fine. I'm disappointed in myself. There it is.
Okay, noted. Pat, do you have anything further?
No, I'm good.
Okay, so I need a motion from somebody.
I'll make the motion. That we, the Planning Commission of the San Juan Bautista, hereby approve this site plan and design review of the residence structural on San Antonio Street at part of the major subdivision MS 201551.
Parcel number 002-350-013.
And it would be resolution number 36.
And this is 36? And I don't hear a second.
Second. You motioned. I'll second.
Roll, vote.
All three members being present, the motion as stated by the maker passes
Aye.
Aye.
unanimously.
Point of order, not point of order. Does that say MS for major subdivision? MS 201551, is that what you read?
No, MS is a
municipal.
MS is minor subdivision.
Minor subdivision. I was going to say. Okay. Somebody please invite Ernest back in, please. Thank you. Welcome back. Resolution was approved for item 7D.
7D, okay.
7 Delta.
We didn't prepare a resolution for this.
Okay, we'll go to 7E. Consider signs design review for Harvey's Lockup at 27 Monterey Street. The applicant is Steve Adair. Staff.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Adair has come forward with a sign proposal for the building. The signs are located where the two yellow signs were put on the building and were taken down before last month's meeting. And he's come back with a proposal, and I've taken the elevation of the building and showed where the location is in relationship to the street frontage on 3rd Street and 2nd Street. And the sign will be approximately 24 inches in height and 48 inches in length. And in the attached drawing there that shows the storage size and everything would be basically 8 square feet.
Okay. See, we have staff. Is the applicant present? Yes. Would you like to say anything at this time? Okay. Commissioners, is there anyone from the public who wants to speak before we start?
Any questions from the commission?
Commissioners, questions?
I don't have any. I just
These two signs are going where the yellow signs were?
Yeah.
My only comment on this would be,
Does that have color on it?
yeah, my only comment would be is on the phone number is putting a zip code or the
Area code.
area code. Yeah.
It's an applicant's his choice, but bottom line is that we are right close to the 408 people. And we want your business to be successful and not have people wondering, how do I get a hold of this guy?
Yeah, that would be my only comment on it.
I spotted that one too, but
yeah.
I'll leave that one to the applicant.
And this is going to be vinyl with, oh, man.
Okay, before we get too far into it, it's unusual to have new applications when the prior permits have not been completed. Staff, how far are we into it that this would be a safe action?
The final steps are we're reviewing the curb and gutter on Church Street and the driveway locations and stuff like that. And I've walked it with Steve Adair, and we're coming up with a little bit revised plan. And that's the final step.
Full cooperation all the way through?
All the sprinkler systems is all certified and put in and installed.
Now, on that discussion of the sidewalk, did you suggest to him that, like I told you, put in a rolled curb, that way it'd be all the way across?
And that's something that we had talked about, and we're taking a look at that.
That way you don't have to have a vertical curb.
Vertical curves, yeah.
That would help him out a lot, too.
Real quick to your point is that one of his conditions is signage. So I think this is a portion of meeting the conditions. So yeah, it's not completely out of place.
Very good.
Yep.
Okay.
So
yeah, no comments from the public.
As long as it complies to everything, like I said, my only suggestion would be an area code, just because.
And each step, Mr. Adair is making an attempt to bring and complete all of the conditions. He understands that it's taken a little bit longer, but he's trying to match it with his cash flow. And there was a couple bumps in the road where we had to do that sewer line on 3rd Street, and caused him a little bit of delay. Yeah.
Okay. The chair entertains the motion for action then.
I'll make a motion that we approve the proposed sign for Harvey's Lockup.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Call for the vote.
Of all 4 members of the commission being present, and the motion is stated by the maker, passes
Aye.
Aye.
unanimously.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We go to F now. Consider sign design review for Pueblo Viejo Imports at 311 3rd Street. Applicant is Jose Guzman.
Applicant's not present. He had a family emergency.
Okay.
We continue that until the next meeting.
Okay, we'll continue that one. Let's see, to December. Okay. Discussion items then. Fencing regulations. Staff.
Okay, we've included in your packet a number of things that address fencing, and I think we had talked about this before, and I think the staff report was done back in November of or last year, and the fencing came to issue there on Manuel Lopez's on 3rd Street, right next to Commissioner Renasol's house, where it was a stuccoed fence rather than a picket fence. That caused some concern. The design guidelines gives it a little bit of flexibility. The use of low fences and walls and screening, unique and especially noticeable there. But it does say that sometimes the height can be and the design can be materials and colors that should be consistent with the architectural theme of the main building, consistent with the walls and fences incorporated in a decorative rock and adobe style brick, so it could be a variety of ways that fencing is. So the Commission's input is sought here on the direction that you'd like to maybe even modify the design guidelines or strengthen them or changing the code.
Any comments?
I have no comments.
The fact that we did have the issue come up.
I have a comment, but
go ahead.
I don't want to always jump in first. So.
Oh, we're eager to hear what you have to say. We do have an applicant submitting for a fence. We discussed that today. As far as the wire versus the wood. So that's...
right.
That's
Needs
right.
to be considered.
Yeah.
You guys are just looking for directions on how to modify?
If we want to modify it.
If you want.
If we want to modify?
What I presented here is directly out of the municipal code.
Right.
Uh-huh.
So,
and then the second page was out of the design guidelines.
Uh-huh.
So I think these are just my 2 cents, is as far as design guideline, I think it should be separated into different types of fencing, be it a fence versus a wall. And that, if it's a fence on a side fence,
what is considered to be a fence versus a wall?
What's considered to be a fence versus a wall?
You're talking about a stucco wall? Or
I'm talking about, it would be very easy to say, well, a wall is anything that doesn't have an air gap. Well, a side fence doesn't necessarily have any air gap. So then it becomes, so if you're talking about side yard fences, then that's where it gets weird. On a front yard fence, when someone says I put a fence in the front yard, I'm thinking white picket fence with 50% of an air gap versus a wall where there's nothing. And if you want to see 2 examples, you can go look at my house and you can go look at the wall next to it. So I don't really know where to go with that, but I know that
well, your definition here is, it says means a hedge, wood, mesh, metal, chain, brick,
Right.
we have
That's
a choice.
fence.
We have a choice to take which one we want.
Maybe if you want to call it a wall, we don't have that distinction, other than the fact that
And we may not need a distinction.
It could be brick.
Yeah, we may not need a distinction. I mean, the only thing that really, I mean, you know, the height restriction I think needs to be spelled out a little bit better. One of the concerns that I had prior to me being on the planning commission about the wall next door was the fact that the wall itself is 36 inches.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of elevation.
But you got
They did their best to contour the wall. Personally, I don't like the wall, but at 36 inches, it's following the letter. The pillars on those things are 44, 46,
Yeah, right,
and
exactly.
they're 16 by 16 tall. And to me, that's where it starts getting. That to me, and my whole thing last November was that falls completely out of compliance. But then you go back to, I'll go back to the example at my house where I have a white picket fence that is 36-ish. I've got a little bit of a contour, but the fence tries to follow the contour at approximately 36, but I've got a 4x4 post that sits up another 8 inches above that. So what's the difference between his wall with 8 inches above and mine with a 4x4 that only sits 8 inches above? And I don't know whether we need to make a distinction. 4x4 posts can come up this tall because it's not really a site issue versus a wall where if you look down at most angles on that, at any serious angle on that wall looks like it's 46 inches across. And so I don't know whether that needs to be made. And this isn't, I mean, that just happens to be the example that I'm really familiar with because I look at it every day. But I think it's something we need to consider because someone could put a pillar every 2 feet and now they've got a 46-inch high pillared wall.
I would consider a walls like they're doing in Gilroy at the subdivisions there. They're 8 feet high, concrete along the roads. That's considered a wall.
But
So-
then on the other hand, you got across the street, the mission.
Yes, no, absolutely. Yeah, I'm not saying it's an easy issue. I don't know how to write it up, but I mean, it would be conceivable that somebody could build a fence or a wall with pillars every 1.5 feet on center.
And I think too is the architectural style of the house has a lot to do with it. If it's a Spanish architecture, he wants a Spanish fence. You know, if it's a French provincial, then he wants something that's, more contemporary.
I think so. I don't really know where that goes, but I think there should be some sort of guideline as to the height of the fence. I think at 36 is probably a pretty good idea, but I think there needs to be something regarding the columns or the posts. I don't know quite how to word it, and I don't know what it is because if you look at
8 foot apart.
If you look at but it doesn't. There's nothing in here that says they have to be 8 feet or approximately 8 feet apart.
It's common sense.
But if somebody wanted a 48-inch wall, I mean, there's nothing to stop them right now about building a wall.
Generally, the economics of a wall and a fence will dictate how often you'll have a column to support it. Because the column supports is really the structural aspect of a fence.
Right.
And most of the time they're 8 feet. Some of them are 10 feet or something like that. And but
a building permit is required over 8 feet.
Yeah. Yeah.
That becomes a structure.
Right.
And your fence height is 6 foot in the back.
6 foot, and if you have a swimming pool, then it's an attractive nuisance, and you can go 8 feet.
Yeah,
and the code
for
allows
safety
that.
reasons.
Yeah.
So then my other suggestion if we're to make revisions for this would be that undeveloped properties, because right now you don't need a permit to put in a fence. Is that correct? They can, if somebody just had property and they wanted to throw a fence around it, they could just throw a fence around it.
Under 8 feet.
Under 8 feet. So and that's where I believe.
And sometimes you'll find vacant lots that a person doesn't want trash there, and then he'll put a 6 foot high chain link fence.
Right.
It's unattractive.
Right.
It's temporary,
I guess the only thing I would throw in here is that fences for undeveloped properties should come for at least informal review. Because I think and again, this, I think I can speak on this openly because it was an issue before I was a planning commissioner, but the issue with the property next door came down to, I think they fully intended to get that whole thing put across there before they built any buildings. I think that if that fence had come up during the plan review, it probably wouldn't have gotten through the planning commission, is my guess. And the fact that, and maybe it would, I don't know. But it would seem to me that, I mean, a fence for security around an open property, I can totally understand that. Be it, if it's chain link and it's ugly, then it's ugly. But I can understand that. But I think at least it should come.
And it's interesting too is that that fence next to you is eventually when he does build on the vacant portion, he's going to have to take a section of that wall for the driveway and the gate out.
And rebuild a new section on the other side.
Exactly.
Right. So I don't, I mean, I know, I kind of wish Vanda were in this.
You want a whole discussion?
I think we need to hold some discussion, but those are some of the ideas, because I know her and I had talked, I've also talked with others regarding this. I think sightline on corners should be, I know it's...
that's provided for here.
I think it's important to be in there, and clearances on fences to fire hydrants.
We have guidelines now, right, Roger?
Yeah, in the regulations here.
Yeah, I've seen those. That's our guidelines.
Yeah.
See, what you might want to do is, if you want to develop a policy, rules of procedure here, that would be our policy that such and such occurs. You want to fence an empty lot, let us know, so we can put it down. That wouldn't change the ordinance, but it would be a working policy for the planning commission. And then if they want to appeal that, they can go to the council. But at least you'd have a direction saying, hey, we're trying to keep the city clean, and we have no problem with the fence. Want to know when it's going to go up, or like the one down at the brewery, up and down, up and down. That's one that we would be concerned about if it was an empty lot.
Yeah.
It's either up safe or it is down, but you can't have it falling apart. And at such time as it looks bad, you can say our policy is that we're going to give you, 48 hours to fix it, or we'll fix it and bill you. I mean, this is working policy. It's not inconsistent with the ordinance.
You're talking about the fence behind the brewery?
The one on the street side that was falling apart during the construction.
Oh, yes.
They had that thing was falling down. You could walk in any time. Yeah. See, and again, to thinking about safety. The other thing is the one thing about chain link fences, they do catch trash.
But that's a code enforcement law.
Yeah, that's a whole nother.
That we don't have no code enforcers. So
right, but again, but if you got a policy, you can.
Because we passed all the sign ordinance laws and nobody's enforcing the law. So I go down the street and there's billboards sitting out in the middle of the sidewalk.
You have to keep alert on this one.
So Roger needs to hire a code enforcer.
The one concern I had with that particular wall was it just didn't go along with the rest of the neighborhood. I mean, it just sticks out like a sore thumb.
It does.
I know it goes with the architectural design of the building,
yeah.
But even then, it just. I mean, there's a lot of ways you could have gone where you could kind of compromise with the area, and I don't think they went far enough to do that.
Two major utilities are being compromised by that particular wall. Fire hydrant only has 13 inches of clearance to the rear, and the water meter for the second property is completely covered up by the wall, and it's got a metal access point that you have to unscrew and screw. I would guess that the city does not check that meter. We have no idea if there's a leak after that thing. That thing could be spilling hundreds of gallons in, and that meter, I mean, I've walked by it recently, and it has never been moved. But that wall literally goes over the top of the Christie cover, and there should have been better provisions for that. That's just my 2 cents.
Yeah, I don't think there's a meter in there.
Oh, it's just a box?
It's just a corpse stop.
Oh, okay. Well,
future.
then, never mind.
When he was going to split that property, we also suggested that he take that wall down from the fire hydrant and make it bigger around that fire hydrant.
Yeah, I've already told him that.
I think the wording was And I think what Roger had conveyed to him was when you move on to the next step, do this. And it wasn't but a week after that meeting, he put in thousands of dollars of landscaping and abandoned the idea, at least for the moment, and the place is now rented. So
he's still interested. He told me he came by. He's still interested in building it. He's just taking a breather. He's a contractor from Soledad.
Right. Cool. So yeah, I mean, I think there are some tweaks that could be done, and I can certainly, I'll commit to writing up a couple of ideas at least, and.
We can agendize if you want to do it
But I think
December,
that's
January.
one of the things with the statements we need to put in there is conformance to the area. You know how when we build a home, like the 7th Street development. I mean, everybody's complaining. I'm hearing the citizens saying that it just doesn't fit in the neighborhood.
Right.
And I think that needs to be part of our fencing.
Well, look at your policy on the next page.
That's a lot of the complaints we got from that wall going up.
Care should be
It
exercised.
just didn't match the area.
Care should be exercised in the design of new developments to protect the privacy of adjacent residences.
Right.
So you got walls, you got buildings. You have to think of, he's right, you got to think of the neighborhood.
Yeah.
We have to fit in with the surrounding area.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'll commit. I don't know that I'm going to have enough time before December. Why don't we? Oh, in January it's going to be on the 3rd. Might be a little foggy by then.
Well, it's up to you. How much time do you want? I mean, we'll put it this way: when you're ready for this to be on the agenda, give it to Rudy, and it'll go on there.
Let me talk with Vanda, because I can talk with one of you, and I know she had showed some interest. Maybe her and I can sit down together.
Okay.
And her and I can work. Because that for both of us that was something that we showed a lot of interest in.
It's only an issue when it's a public hearing item.
Right.
There's not a.
Oh, it's just a discussion item now.
Yes, it's okay. It's already on the agenda. If it wasn't on the agenda, you could be talking to anybody.
Right. But as it is, I can speak to her and only her, as long as I don't talk to anybody else about particulars of whatever. Okay.
Okay.
So I'll contact Vanda.
Just think about.
And work on that.
And think of two things. Do you want an ordinance amendment, or do you want a policy statement that the Planning Commission would use when it's doing design review? And if you can make a policy statement, we get that through a lot faster because it doesn't have to have the public hearing before the City Council.
Okay.
Which is another 90 days.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Where are we now?
B. Where are we?
Noise ordinance.
Noise ordinance.
Do we have noise?
Well,
it's only those big trucks and those heavy equipment.
Not the yapping dogs? Not the yapping dogs?
Okay, so.
A couple years ago, Matt Leal and I went through and we drafted a noise ordinance that we were there. And this is the first part of the staff report where we had certain criterias, and I want you to take a look at it.
Yep.
We had construction hour restrictions and recommendations,
That's
and then
all
we
I
had a chart back there in addendum 1 for decibel ratings. And we were more concerned when we prepared this about motorcycle activity and the loudness of motorcycle exhaust things. And so we even looked at the California Vehicle Code and what that showed us, as well as the additional Chapter 1104. We put in some decibel ratings that are acceptable, conditional acceptable, or are normally unacceptable. And then we put in and then we researched some other jurisdictions, and we had some more data here from the city of Hollister. And then the second part was something that Commissioner Eric gave us, and this was some stuff from the Bay Area. And then Hollister's and Gilroy's and Capitola's. And then the vehicle code that we took out of there. So it kind of gives you a broad range of the noise level and what we can do in terms of impeding construction equipment, motorcycles, as well as landscaping materials. We even had a section in there where you
Oh, yeah.
you could not start your leaf blowers before 9 o'clock in the morning.
What?
If you ask me, I think the ordinance to prohibit them altogether.
They have to go to an electric one.
Now, I spoke with several of the deputies regarding decibels and motorcycles and vehicles, and they flat out said they don't carry a decibel meter. In order for them to enforce that, they need to have a decibel meter.
And that's one of the things that once you adopt that, and if you want somebody to enforce it, your deputy sheriffs, your police, or even Rudy and I, you're going to
Chasing
need,
down motorcycles.
You're going to need
A meter.
a meter.
Calibrated meter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could just see the.
And they're not that expensive.
Well, I heard Roger's a heck of an athlete, so he can.
Yeah.
Roger rides a Harley.
Oh, he's got a Harley too. No wonder. The decibels are higher here.
So these are kind of food for thoughts, and we'll carry it forward at your discretion of how far you want to, and when you want to.
Well, I think even if you didn't do it on a full-time basis, I mean, you can set up a machine and, a computer can read it and everything. But when you do have a situation where, say, a use is creating a lot of noise, you want to be able to set the thing up on a tripod, 50 to 100 feet away, whatever it is, and measure the ordinance so that a citation can be issued after the guy has been advised, keep the noise down. And they don't. You set up your station, you read it for the appropriate time that's needed, and then you say, here's the ticket. You go tell the judge why you shouldn't have to pay it. I mean, it's...
A violation here is a misdemeanor, punishable by a maximum of 6 months in jail. $1,000 fine, or both.
Because, see, it's not just an inconvenience or a nuisance. It's a health issue. When you got people, with aviation, we found that people who, when there was flyovers beyond the noise levels, people did not sleep as much, and the number of sleepless complaints or lack of sleep complaints apparently rose in those areas. So we know it is a health issue, not just an inconvenience or a pain. So you do have to deal with it. If you have a concert, you tell the guys, hey, X decibels at so many feet from the building. And they can put up a bond before just to make sure that they do comply. But you have to be able to know or document, because the judge will ask you, hey, were you looking at this thing the whole time, or how did you come to this conclusion? Was your unit calibrated? Because you've seen cases where it's been thrown out of court because they could show, they had the police officer have to back down and say, no, it wasn't, my radar wasn't on, I just guessed. Well, he may have made a good guess, but he used radar as a backup. So I think, we should be thinking about that. What have we got, and what should we have? Again, it's something you have ready, just to be able to do it. I don't know what the expense is, but it should be something that can be recorded so that you've got something to take to court if it has to be. But I'm all for, finding, exercising the police power of the city to keep the noise down. And like I said, it becomes a public health and safety issue. I got a question on my staff report. I've got the page 1, which Matt Leal's name on it. I have 2 blank pages following.
Yeah, that's how I am too.
Yeah.
Everybody's got that?
Yeah, I got that too.
Is something missing, or?
Yeah.
And 2 back pages were missing?
Yeah,
no, just maybe you just didn't copy both sides.
Yeah.
Maybe something right on.
You only got one side copy.
Uh-huh.
I think you're okay. It's just you got yourself 2 blank pages there. I think it's. It works. It's okay. Research goes into. They all have similar times. Okay, yeah,
I just
I
wasn't
think it's right.
Uh,
You didn't put the page numbers in there, so.
That was the example of quiet.
Yeah. That was, oh yeah.
That's the example.
The blank page that represents
That's how you would
zero.
represent. Yeah, that's how you would represent
Zero
quiet
decibels.
right there. Yeah.
See, we're going to have, if this,
Matt and I worked on this in 2012.
Oh, wow.
It's, you know,
wow.
So, and this is what you're recommending right here, these couple of pages here?
Yeah, these were our ideas.
Uh-huh.
And we wanted to basically go through it and feel that if this is our noise regulations, then we will massage this, prove it, and then recommend it to the city council and have it adopted as an ordinance.
Okay. I mean, I don't have any problems with it. It seems to be all there. I mean, like you said, Ernest, that we need something to fall back on should we need to.
And if you want, I can agendize this the next thing and put it in the proper form.
Yeah, I think
and, and feel free as if you see something we want to add to it,
Something
let us
we
know,
wanna
and then
recommend
Rudy
to
and I can
council.
put it in, and we'll have a resolution, and you can forward it on to the city council.
Yeah.
okay, something that's going to happen too, if that freeway, if the gap filled between Union Road and the Alameda goes through, we're going to have a lot more truck traffic. And, the sound walls are going to help. But there's still high-intensity noise when those big diesel engines.
And
revving up.
I've looked at the sound decibel contours on the 156, and they're pretty consistent with what we have here in terms of 65 to 70 and an absolutely maximum 75.
As far as
it'll
what
give
we-
us a little bit of room to jump on them to make sure that we have sound walls.
See, and to be able to jump on them, you have to have your own act together.
Exactly.
And my thought is, make sure we've got a foundation, so when you go up and say, hey, guys, do
Yes.
something, you've got it in your
Right.
pocket.
You have an acceptable condition that you want to go by. And if it doesn't meet that, then we need to, in other words, if you're standing there at the highway and you do put a meter there and the decibels are way high and you know what the state requirement is and it doesn't meet that, then you've got a good reason to complain.
Would it get our speed limit down?
And whatever, I mean, everything is based on speed limits, right?
Right.
To make whatever sense.
Kind of related to this is the section of highway between Monterey and, is that considered city limits still on the freeway itself?
Where?
On 156.
The bypass that goes through San Juan?
No, I'm talking the actual
City of Monterey?
On the highway itself, from Monterey coming down. So written in this, can it be, because I've noticed this more lately, is a lot of Jake brakes. And those things are god awful loud, especially when they come barreling down that hill at 10 or 11 o'clock at night. Can that be written in here, and would that force Caltrans hand to put up signs? Or no?
No.
Because they don't have to listen to us.
You can't get anywhere with them and everything. The only thing you can lay your hands on is a decibel rating.
Right.
To there,
And if it's a Jake brakes that you hear and we make a reading on it and it does not meet state requirements, then you have a legitimate complaint. You can say,
put up the
hey,
signs that say.
no, not to put up the signs, but they have to do something to mitigate that.
Got it. Okay. They'll just level the hill.
I don't know if they have to put up walls, trees, whatever. But if it doesn't meet requirements, I mean, there's their laws.
I'll get it in the proper form, and then I'll bring it back to you for your review.
Okay.
It's a good time now because, the city's moving and we're trying to fill all these gaps. But again, it's important to me that you have the tools to be able to face the legislator or the department heads, wherever it is, to get some action for us.
Yep.
Okay, progress on the brewery building.
Okay, you can see in the first part of my staff report there, I wrote Mr. Hippolito a letter back in July, because I was getting a little bit frustrated. There was 41 conditions that we approved, and he's made some progress on a lot of them, but just the lack of progress, and I've had Rudy now interfacing with them, and I think Rudy can shed some light on it, but I was frustrated because a lot of the little steps of getting things done were just not being done. And to this day, it's not, and
I got a suggestion. I think what we ought to do is have him put a cyclone fence across both ends of the parking lot, stop all the parking on there until he gets it paved.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're getting at, yeah.
Yeah, it's continuous, it's a project, continuous project.
Yeah. That's a,
And if that doesn't work, then he's going to put a cyclone fence all the way around the property until he gets it done.
Right.
Yeah,
And I think from now on, when we approve a project, it should be done within a year, if they could do it in a year, not drag it on for months and years and years.
Well, I think the timeline should be reasonable to the
size of the building,
size of the project.
He also had a problem that
Now,
came in,
Rudy-
his engineering
Rudy can,
architect problems.
And Rudy can shed some light on it because Rudy's been talking with him in terms of, I think he has some domestic problems as well as financial.
Yeah, he's
He got the PG&Es, right?
Yeah, we met last Thursday over at the brewery site. He was having some problems with his electrician and his construction manager. None of them, I've tried to reach out to them and try to see what was going on. They haven't responded to my phone calls. Mr. Serta then has got a new electrical engineer to help him out. But the overall deal is that he is currently going through a divorce, and he does not want to put any more money into the project. Actually, he's looking to sell the brewery.
So we're in a big dilemma.
We just got to find some way to buy it.
So I would suggest that we close that parking lot off until he pays it.
Based
Because
on
when it starts raining there, it's not going to do it any good.
Yeah, my big concern is that parking lot is going to be, I mean, I know it's been compacted, it's been this and that and the other thing, but it's going to become a muddy mess, not just inside it, but it's going to become a muddy mess on the city streets. And I would guess that if we,
I don't think the mud is going to there. That's granite base, and it's a good 6 to 8 inches in depth and stuff like that. He wanted to do some pavement behind J&J, and I says, no, you're not going to do it until you finish these other things. And then he's got a water leak in one of the Pierce Lane's driveway, and he doesn't want to fix that. And I says, no, you're not going to pave it. And then the other thing is, we met with the PG&E, and the PG&E has to cross that road and get underground to the brewery building and the new building. And I says, I'm not going to have you pave it and have you dig it up later within 6 months.
So it's poorly managed.
Yes.
Very poorly managed. And he wants to do everything himself, and he's really not equipped.
He's nickel and diming it.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And then to add insults, I made him post a performance bond, of $250,000, and then he stopped paying on that, and I got a notice so that he didn't pay the performance bond.
So he got electrical problems, water problems.
Yeah.
And what else?
Performance bond issue.
Yeah.
So the performance bond is dead?
I'm going to call the insurance company to see if we can retrofit it.
Because I think this is one of those cases where I think the city should pay it to keep it alive.
Keep it alive, yeah.
And then before it's sold or anything like that, we've got a lien on the property.
What about legal representation on our part?
But I think...
well, I mean, he's going through some kind of legal divorce, so... I mean, there's got to be some kind of...
I think the other issue
violation
important
somewhere.
is that He still gets rent from J&J Burgers because he owns that.
Yeah.
And he wants to keep that going and everything. But if we block off the parking lot, that's going to not only affect J&J Burgers and his brewery, but Don Astor's also. Because he's got an agreement with Don Astor's to pay him so much a month to use the parking behind
Parking
it.
spaces, okay.
Okay, so I think what Pat's got is a good idea. Is we might want to board it off there and just says, now, let's get going.
I concur. Just again, maybe not behind JJ's, but if the whole rest of that project, because it's going to become a attractive nuisance.
Yeah.
Because so much in that thing, you have kids coming in there playing games, and I'm just worried about having broken windows, because broken windows on an empty building is a message.
See, most of them projects, the landscaping would be already in, parking lot would be done. This is just dragging on and on and on.
Yeah, let's seal it up. And again, and based on public health and safety, I just see a attractive nuisance being built in here. And
They could put the cyclone fence all the way around it, except for part of behind JJ's like it used to be.
just call it a gate.
Split it. We'll split it at the property
Just
line.
use a little bit of it.
Split it at the property line.
Okay,
What does it take to do that?
Let Rudy and I get together with him and.
Because what's going to happen there, you know it and I know, if you get a lot of rain at parking lot, it's not going to, you got to recompact the whole thing
Oh,
again.
yeah, no. It'll start to deteriorate.
We have a public comment.
If you don't drive on it, you'll probably be all right.
Chairman, we may have a speaker.
Yeah, no, they were speaking right now. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just wondering, since you're talking on the project, can I just make one comment?
Sure.
Um,
We're open to the public here.
Okay, great. Car honk. I'm just wondering about Pierce Lane and that becoming the driveway. And I would hate to see that asphalted over and being made a big, this is a lane. It's Pierce Lane.
Right, but understand that it's going to be access for this project.
I know.
And the number of cars going over anything but a properly compacted and, so much rock and so much asphalt on it.
I understand all that, and it looks like it has been already compacted, as was mentioned, with a lot of drain rock. But, this is an gateway entry to our city. And that lane is really charming, and it has kind of a rustic appearance, the way it looks out over the fields. Can't we make that decomposed granite instead and keep the lane? I understand that the parking lot probably needs to be asphalted, but you're really going to change the character of, Pierce Lane.
I think Mr. McCandless would differ for you because he wants to pave it all the way up to all of his houses.
Well, I'll talk to him.
Well, another thing, there's going to be so many cars coming off of that it wouldn't hold up in compaction. They would have to pave up past his property, and then they could stop right there.
But can't it be compacted, decomposed
No,
granite?
it won't last.
Why can't they put some kind of asphalt that doesn't look like asphalt, looks like
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if any of you have been to Williamsburg, but all the streets are asphalted, but they're colored.
Right.
So that, and there are no sidewalks. I mean,
Yeah.
they've got decomposed granite on the sides, on the shoulders, but the
Or
asphalt is
cobblestone.
colored so that it looks
Cobblestone.
like it's
But
natural.
The
It
trouble
doesn't look
now
like-
is this guy has no money, so he can't afford to go that route. I mean, he
Well, you don't know how much it's going to cost to throw some coloring in there or to make it, a different texture. But just, I don't know, just look at it next time you walk
I
by
think,
there.
yeah.
it's in bad shape. I mean, it doesn't look good.
Imagine it a big asphalt driveway.
Yeah,
And
that's,
it's, I think the sign, last time I saw it was nailed to the tree. Pierce.
That's rustic.
We have conditions where he has to do the signage and stuff, and I highlighted in my letter to him that he hasn't done any of the signage at all.
I've heard the same problem about the San Juan Cemetery when we paved all the streets. Only 2 or 3 people ever complain. The rest of them enjoy it because there's more people up there now walking than there's ever walked before. and it's
Yeah.
clean.
Well, you are the
It's a
Historic
nice walk for the
Resources
dogs.
Board, so I hope you'll take a look at the big picture, you know, the historic part of it.
Well, the big picture would be to turn Main Street back into a dirt road then.
Well, I don't know.
No, but you use colored asphalt. No.
That's something that could be looked into.
With wagon tracks embedded in it, or cobblestone.
Or horse
All
hooves.
right, moving along.
Yes.
Okay. Let's get back to the next one here.
Okay.
Okay, the next one is general plan update.
Okay, Rudy and I have been working on this. We have it advertised in front of the city council for November 17th. That will be the final draft of the AR, the final draft of the general plan, and the
Background report.
the background report. Those are the three documents that will be at the public hearing and up for final approval.
Wow.
And
It's November 17th.
Okay.
It's November what?
17th.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, got it? Next one is Strategic Planning Committee report. Commissioner Gredisop is our official designated representative there.
Yeah, I'll make this
Sound
brief
good?
given the time. I'm sorry? Time's up, yeah. Apparently, we're applying for a $100,000 grant from I'm sorry, we had Veronica, is it Lazama? Is that her name? Yeah. So she's from COG. She is a transportation planner with COG. She works with Mary Gilbert.
Council of Governments, yeah.
And they have applied for a $100,000 grant to put a bike lane at 156 in the Alameda, which would be kind of cool.
From where to where?
One side of 156 over the top of 156.
I think the grant is really more comprehensive than that.
I'm
because
sure,
it
yeah.
goes all the way up to study the Monterey and 156 intersection and the flow of traffic and possibly some alternative speed reduction mechanisms, as well as to encourage bike lanes.
Right.
So it's a comprehensive.
On the highway?
Where they want to put it at?
I think they want to put it over the highway. I think this house. There was a lot of info, and I'm feverishly trying to get it all down. But they've applied for a $100,000 grant from Caltrans to improve bike lanes. Maybe that's a better way of stating it.
And we.
Where they want to put it at?
I thought what they talked about is putting a bike lane over the top of 156
Where at?
at the Alameda.
Down here?
Well, there goes our monument sign.
I don't think that was part of
Oh, Mark.
I may need clarification.
You use that as your monument sign.
You better talk about $3 million bucks.
Yeah.
No, this was just this was just for the study. This is just the study.
You can see, forget the bike lane.
Part of that
We got people
study
who
is
might
we
wanna
want to
cross
look
that
at
thing.
encouraging maybe some roundabout at the Monterey 156 intersection to slow the traffic down coming off the hill, and then by the time the trucks get accelerating over the Washington Street crossing, that it'll be slower, and then they won't have to be using the jake brake.
Right. COG has said that they will add $20,000 to that as well, because I think the study itself was $120,000. So that was kind of cool. We had brought up and spoke a lot about charging stations and trying to get some more charging stations. I'm trying to get in touch with my contacts at the Tesla factory. I know a couple of years ago, Tesla had talked about putting in a couple of supercharging stations, and then they pulled out. It was actually for a small bit of time. Are you familiar with Tesla supercharging stations? So, yeah, the supercharging stations, they'll charge a Tesla car to like 75% in 30 minutes and 100% in an hour. And at one point, we were on their website as being a future site for a supercharger, and then that kind of went by the wayside. And I'm actually due to be out at the factory tomorrow to do some work some projects for them through my work, and those people have been very good about getting me in touch with other people, so I will ask the question.
We do have conditioned on the Dadwell service station as a electric charge station.
Oh, cool. Mm-hmm. So, and that might not be such a bad place for their supercharging station as well. So that was something that was brought up and discussed about getting more charging stations to draw more people into the town. And the Tesla, I can see benefits on both ends of it. The visitor center that's at the bakery hit its 1,000th registered person in the books, which is kind of cool. They had 700 visitors in 2 months, and now I think they're trying to figure out where they go from here, because that was just a 6-month test that the chamber had paid for to see where it kind of went, and so it's kind of in flux in how that's going to continue. They like the bakery likes them there. It's been a really good relationship. There's a lot of new literature there, and people, some of the people coming from other countries and other states and all that has been kind of neat. The city has their new website up and around, and it looks really good, and I think Connie had a lot to do with that, probably a lot to do with that. And if you haven't been on it, it's pretty cool. And there was, the suggestion was that on all of our emails we have from all the city staff is to have at the bottom of the signatures on all of your emails going out that it has the website imprinted on there now, because I don't think it is. So that was something that came out from it. I'm done.
Thank you. Okay, future agenda items. We had a workshop scheduled for Thursday. Was that officially?
We canceled that, and we're going to touch base with Vanda when she gets back and see if we can reestablish that within the next couple weeks. Yeah.
And you got to post that one too, by the way.
Yes.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay. Canceled. Comments, commissioners, anything you want to comment on beyond?
Not I.
City manager?
None?
I got a question though.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is there a status on Dodwell project? It's going to court in October?
Well, it's now I have...
In briefings.
I have the 12th. I have to give a deposition because the attorneys up there in San Francisco want to depose everybody and see if they can catch us on something that we did wrong. And the whole game is now just to extend it, and wear down Mr. Dadwell, and hopefully they'll just pull up.
They're trying to wear him down.
Yeah, right. That's the name of the game now.
Sounds like he's a lot tougher than that.
My general feeling is it probably won't be in front of the judge until probably February or March 2016.
I've got a quick question. The March, really? Sorry, I just caught on to that. That long.
Does it sound good?
Have we heard from the attorney regarding Hacienda de Leal?
They're still reviewing it in terms of what his legal rights are.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so it's still in flux.
In flux.
Okay.
And that would take care of our microphone sign. Just put a sign on there and everything.
Could have overfed by
Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Okay.
I move that we adjourn.
Okay.
I second it.
Good. Doesn't need to vote on it.